Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays
6:30 a.m.
and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Yes. Good afternoon and happy Sunday. Also, it is the first month of the first day of the month of February 2026. Happy new month to all of you and welcome once again to another exciting edition of today's Sports Live, the marathon edition on Sunday. It is, and it hopes to be exciting, and it will be exciting as always, as we've got loads of topics packed for you all this hot afternoon right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Before entering the studio, we saw the Australian Open match final between Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic, with Novak Djokovic getting that win. Yes, we'll be talking about that and lots more on the show this afternoon. And the man on the MIC doing all that, I go by the name of your words. You can call me the sports chef, as I will be ready to dice, slice, season and spice up your afternoon with all talking points from the ever exciting world of sports. And doing the show with me, because I can never be alone in the studio doing all the cooking, the talking and all the chopping and all. I've got the analysts, the gents, the men of timber and caliber ready to throw their own spice, flavor and everything nice, or maybe not nice, on what we've got on the menu for you this hot afternoon. I have with me Victor Israel Thompson. Victor, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, VA. It's always nice to be here to talk about sports on a very hot Sunday afternoon. And before we got into the studio, we did see the veteran, the man, Novak Djokovic, coming up against the future of tennis, the man that I would say plays more as a machine. Speaking of Carlos Alcaraz, we saw how he was stressing the old man there, trying to make sure he understands that he's past his prime. He has gone past that stage where you see Novak Djokovic running around, making sure that, yes, he takes you to, it drags you to the brim. And we, at some point, we did see the muscle man from Mallorca there in the stands also, watching and giving support to his old-time counterpart, speaking of Rafael Nadal. But I think every tennis fan understood that it was a walkover for Carlos Alcaraz. This is not like the Carlos and Sinner final where you get to see the El Clasico of tennis. This was more like Real Madrid taking on Real Mallorca. So it was a case of the old leg coming up against the young gun there. So it was very, very nice to see the man again. But I want to believe that he should take the step of Jamie Carragher. Just go into punditry. Start talking about sports and don't play again, because you get to a point where you start disgracing the medals you've won because of the age starts creeping in. We know in sports that it comes to a time when you cannot do the magic the way you used to because of the body system and all that. So let Djokovic just take a bow and rest. But we are not taking a bow. We are just getting started here, so don't miss it.
All right, and also on the show as well, it is Alexander Kabari joining me. Alex, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ovie Wallace. We all have, should I say, big grins on our faces here, except those who are not no less joker, no less fan, who would probably not be smiling right now as we watch Alcaraz Carlos being handed his Australian Open title to finally complete his career Grand Slam. Yannick will also have the chance to complete a career slam if by next month when the Roland Garros kicks starts. So, I mean, it's all about the young ones, and it's all about these guys trying to dominate the world of tennis right now. And we are seeing what they are doing. This is his 7th Grand Slam title. Yannick Sinner has 5. I mean, it is so closely knitted between each other that you understand that there is definitely a keen sense of rivalry. Now look at 7. Novak, who is a record holder alongside Serena Williams, has 24. Carlos looks like he can play at this level for the next 10 years. Who says he won't go on to add some good 15, 20 more Grand Slam titles to the 7 he currently has? It's not good news for those who are fans of Roger, Rafa, and of course Nole. But at the same time, it just goes to show you that some records can be broken, and these guys are proving pretty dominant in the world of tennis, telling you that even if you get past world number 2, there's no guarantee you're beating world number 1, and vice versa. But it was very good to see the push from the 38-year-old after we had already written him off. We wrote him off after the Lorenzo Musetti game, which we felt he definitely should have lost, and then he found a way to come back into it through Musetti's injury, got past Sinner, took the first set versus Carlos, and everybody was starting to believe, but it was not to be. It was definitely not to be. And then he, of course, asked the question, does he still think 25 is possible with the level these two are playing at? You should also know that Carlos was injured going into this game, a cramp against Alexander Zverev that looked like he was about to lose that match, and yet he was still able to overcome. So the level these two guys are playing at, how do you have to down one and move on to the other, and how successful is he going to be? Well, all of that and plenty more to come on this Sunday afternoon. I think I have already gone really far talking about the Australian Open finals, but yes, pretty electric stuff. Same thing with Rybakina too. I know we will get into all of those ones. Sabah yet again. But of course, welcome to the show, and it promises to be exciting as always, so please go nowhere and sit tight and enjoy the rest of it.
Yes, it promises to be exciting. Go nowhere. We will be with you from now till 6 p.m. Yes, and from now till 3:30, yes, it will be talking other sports, and then Alexander Kabari will come to give you guys what's happening in European football, as we saw the Premier League resume, or the top 5 leagues resume yesterday. Liverpool winning ways in the Premier League, and they finally gotten their first win of 2026, beating Newcastle, even though it was Newcastle that had the first goal. Florian Wirtz and Ekitike combining to pull off that magic once again. And Arsenal dispatching leads like it was nothing, or like I said, it was just the usual walk in the park, and they moved 7 points clear at the top of the table. Manchester City and Aston Villa will be in action today. Hopefully they can close the gap and keep on the chase for the title, or keep on chasing Arsenal for the Premier League title. Also, Barcelona yesterday getting a 3-1 victory right there against Elche. Hopefully, they can continue their winning ways as Real Madrid will be hoping to keep on mounting the pressure on Barcelona. Lots of actions elsewhere in the Formula One. Also, basketball, all those actions on the show this afternoon. And don't forget, you can join in at any point in time via the SMS or the call lines. For the SMS on the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701 while the full line it is 0810 So let's sit back, relax, and let's take you on a wonderful ride in the world of sports. We kick things off in handball as Nigeria's senior men's handball team, the Golden Arrows, concluded their campaign at the 27th African Men's Handball Championship, also known as Africa's Men's Handball Nations Cup, without securing a spot at the 2027 IHF Men's Handball World Championships in Germany. The tournament, held from January 21st to 31st, 2026 in Kigali, Rwanda, served as Africa's qualification event for the global showpiece, with the top 5 teams earning berths. Nigeria's hopes ended definitively with a 25-20 defeat to Angola in the 5th to 6th place classification match. Despite leading 12-9 at halftime, the Golden Arrows collapsed in the second half, scoring only 8 while conceding 16. Finishing 6th overall. Now, this loss handed Angola the continent's 5th and final qualification slot. So, what is the final result? The top 4 finishers are Egypt, Tunisia, Cape Verde, and Algeria, qualified automatically via their semi-final bets. The 5th spot went to winners of the 5th place playoff, Angola over Nigeria, confirming Africa's qualifiers as Egypt, Tunisia, Angola, Cape Verde, and Algeria going to the World Cup. So yes, Nigeria missed out on another World Cup in another sport once again. Vic, looking at Nigeria, the Golden Arrows started strong. They top Group A with wins over Algeria, Zambia, even beating the host Rwanda, including a shock upset over traditional powers like Algeria. How did it turn out this way for Nigeria, for the Golden Arrows once again in handball?
First of all, you talking about the fact that we were missing out on another chance to go to another World Cup. I know where we are aiming at now, but it's very sad when you look at the world stage where talents are supposed to be announced, because believe me, we shouldn't just be hoping on announcing our talents via the round leader game. There are also other sports that can actually announce talents, because then in my secondary school days, when we used to go to the Alfred Dietes Civic Center to watch most of these handball players play their game, there are lots of talents there that even the world does not know. So, but doing very well on local stage and not being able to get a platform to announce yourself is very, very bad. I just feel maybe the attention, we don't really pay, the right authorities do not pay attention to some of the sports, the sports like handball, because we barely talk about it. We barely hear people pay attention to it. That is why maybe we don't get it doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Because when you look at what the Golden State, the Nigerian team has been doing, you just feel that we need to pay attention to it. The way we pay attention these days, we see people go to basketball games, especially the one here in town in Port Harcourt here. We see some fans go to watch people, the River Supers and all that play. We should be paying attention to games like the handball games and all that, because sometimes you see the local pitches where they are supposed to use for their handball training, people go there to use it to play football. So I feel we don't create awareness properly, and but it's a sad one. It's a sad one for Nigeria as a whole, because we're supposed to be there on the world stage, but it has happened the way it has happened. But I believe that maybe this is a new year. Maybe we could do things that we didn't do last year, that we didn't do years before. Try to change, if possible, change power, the authorities there. Let's try to bring it not just only when we have this National Sports Festival, but let's try to bring it into, let's have competitions, local grassroots tournaments. Let's organize tournaments here in, let's say, interstate tournaments. Let's see what the handball the players they can produce. If these players, maybe the top players in each competition, can be sent to maybe have courses or training sessions outside the country, then maybe we could have a Nigerian team that will not miss the World Cup. A Nigerian team that when they go to the World Cup, they won't just go as participants, they'll be going there as contenders to win the golden prize. So I just feel maybe measures should be put in place, and also the fans should also take handball seriously. Sometimes if there are games, come out and watch. If it's grassroots tournaments, come out to cheer the players. We know what it means for you being out there to do something, and you know that, yes, you have the backing of the viewers, you have the backing of the fans. It gives you that motivation to want to do and undo. So let's create awareness properly. Let the authorities put in measures, and we might even get glory from handball when football fails us.
All right, Henry joins us in the studio. Henry, good afternoon to you. And looking at the Green Arrows once again, the best ever finish has been a fourth place in 1998. That's when South Africa hosted it, and also 2000 in Algeria. About 25 years ago. It's been a long time. You're looking at the sixth place finish in 2026 compared to recent cycles. They got ninth in 2024, 10th in 2022, 2020, 2018. Is this a real progress for Nigeria? Especially looking at the handball sector, we don't really get that much focus on it as we get in the football and other major sports in Nigeria. Is that a real progress or just a temporary uptick for you?
I think when it comes to this country, you find it hard to actually determine whether something is real progress or is just like you said, something for the optics or something that's just temporary. Because you can just go, Nigeria is a country of over 200 million people, talent in local parlance, like plenty, anything, any sports, Nigeria can be a heavyweight in it if they decide to, because the talent is actually there and we have the population to back anything. The country was good in handball. Grasshoppers of Owerri before, they were like the best handball team in the country at a point then, and they still participate in the Adova Handball League now, right? And there's been some improvements, truth be told. For the past 3 to 4 years, we've had a stable handball league in the country. It's not stop and start like we were seeing before. We've actually had a stable handball league for a while in the country. These teams are now playing regularly, and most of the guys from the Green Arrows actually came from the handball league, and it actually showed in their performance in the African continent. So I think it's a bit of, you might want to say, let me say I'm also trying to be cautious here in the sense that it could be temporary, just one boom performance, and that could just be. But you can also look at it and say that it's actually a sign of the fact that they have finally started putting things in place as regards the handball league under and especially under the current dispensation of the National Sports Commission under Shehu Diko. It has actually been better for the handball league or for handball in this country at this point in time. But like I said, continuity. If Diko leaves, what happens? Will we see the same continuity? If the current Federation President of Handball or the Handball Federation President of Nigeria leaves, what happens? Will it continue? Will we see continuity? Has there been? I think the sixth place is as a result of continuity we've been seeing as regards how handball has been run in the country locally for a while now, and it's showing. Players are playing competitive matches. The national team is having camps, and they're doing. I mean, our women did quite decently in theirs. That was last year. Yeah, I think that was last year. They did quite decently in theirs, also close to qualifying, but just now really missed out. But I think it's a gradual process to start putting ourselves back in a position whereby we can finish fourth or match our best place of fourth. And now, if you finish fourth, it's good enough to go for the World Cup. The top five go for the World Cup. We were unlucky that Egypt had to beat Tunisia. If Egypt hadn't beaten Tunisia, we would have qualified for the World Cup. Or if we had beaten Angola, we would have qualified for the World Cup. Angola is a traditional handball team on the continent. They regularly go for the Handball World Cup. So it's a game that you know that you're the underdog in it. But I think they just have to be proud of the performance. I think you have to look at it and just take the positives and say it's a step in the right direction. The next edition of the African Handball Championship, you do well. I mean, you beat Algeria, you beat the host Rwanda. I mean,
so the next edition, you're looking at the target should be a straight qualification.
I'm not saying straight qualification, but at least if you can match a fifth or sixth player, fifth to give you automatic or straight qualification. Yeah. But if you can match the same performance, because it's not going to be easy still at the end of the day also. It's still not going to be easy because everyone has not taken notice of the fact that you actually improved or did well in the last edition. So people won't be laxed or relaxed when they come up against you like they were before, in this edition. So you have to be ready for the tag of the underdog that can bite. Maybe if I want to put it that way. So that's it. But I think it's positive and it's a step in the right direction. So I just feel if the continuity with the league can actually continue, or I say continuity, if the regularity and the structure with the league we're actually seeing, that is the handball league, can actually continue and even improve, then we will actually see our performance on the continent improve.
Alex, now you're looking at the Angolan team. They've beaten Nigeria. Maybe you might even call the Angolan team the boogie team for Nigeria. They've beaten them multiple times, including twice in 2026. They beat them 27-24 and 25-20, plus prior wins in 2018, 2020, and 2024. And the Angolan Jakes, do you want to call it? And can Nigeria turn this sixth place finish into motivation, and how do they carry on with those steps?
I think definitely want to share the same sentiments as Henry and Victor have already said. I think it's more of a work in progress. The minute you set expectations, you set timelines, you set deadlines towards something, I think you're piling more pressure than is necessary. I think pressure is okay in any establishment. It's okay in any sports part of the sports industry, but when it is being expected almost constantly, of course Nigeria are going to be heavyweights in most of these sports, and then in handball it just looks like we are looking to rediscover ourselves. And like you did state, well, it was just a stroke of luck because other matches could have decided our qualification through to the World Cup, but at the end of the day it did not play out that way. So they could take that as motivation going into, the next rounds or the next tournaments or the next round of matches too, and could just see how that helps. Don't really know if I would say particularly that the Angolan team is a boogie team, but they've definitely proven, hard to beat. And like Henry did point out too, you have put a stamp out there that you're no longer to be taken lightly, which means that you're beginning to sort of extend your reach again, once again in that sport, in that section again. So you're announcing yourself as someone that is not an underdog. They are no longer going to look at you and think of an easy game. So anyone that is guaranteed to come up against them going forward is going to understand that this team were genuine contenders and we're this close to going to the World Cup. So I think that's plenty motivation for the players over here. I definitely think it is they could go ahead and turn that 6th place finish into something better going forward. But then at the same time, I don't want expectations, too much expectations, too much pressure. We saw it's proving itself in different factions of the sport, and it's almost a Nigerian thing. Right before the AFCON, we saw lots and lots of headlines that were like anything other than your improvement at the last AFCON, which was of course the silver we brought back home, the silver medal at Cote d'Ivoire. Anything other than that would be considered a failure. That is pressure. That is pressure, unsurmountable pressure. It's not a reach. It is not an impossible task. But at that point in time, I think it is a difficult one. And I think you having to state those things make it even worse. So you give these players time to improve on their game. Victor also cited the fact that there are still lots and lots of persons that are yet to be even brought out, discovered, added to that handball team to make that faction a really strong one, to bolster your chances going into the next tournament. And these are all things that they should be looking at to improve. And the minute you do that, I think when you properly invest in any of these sections, then you can begin to expect something from them. You can put the pressure on them, or I would call it some sort of healthy motivation. Oh, okay, get to this point, get to this stage. We have a whole lot of rewards for you. Opportunities will be open. Obviously, you'll be thrown under the spotlight. You'd get noticed, and more cooperative and establishments could also potentially come for you. So that is just the life of an athlete, or most athletes. They're both the ones that have gotten that spotlight and the ones that haven't. So you invest in these players, and then you can begin to make demands on them, not when it's still looking a bit bleak in those directions, and then you're seeing a shade of light, and almost instantly they would like to pile on pressure that will be unsurmountable, and then you would most likely dim their light. So I think that pressure for them to do even better is not very warranted. But I do think that the players can sit amongst themselves and say, we have reasons to be proud of ourselves, positive. We talk about negative stuff a lot with most of the with the teams and what they are expected to achieve, and it just seems like that is always going to be the air around most Nigerian national teams, the unders and the main teams, the female teams. It's always going to be the air around them. But I always like to take positives from them, and I do think that, just like Henry said, this was a very positive result, as much as you did not progress. Saying going through to the next one and you're definitely going to progress is not a stretch, but do the right work behind the scenes and then wait for your next opportunity.
All right, we'll leave handball and head over to the courts to talk what's happening in tennis. The Australian Open ended for the women and for the men. For the women, it was Elena Rybakina who claimed a second Grand Slam title and a first Australian Open crown by defeating the world number one Aryna Sabalenka in a thrilling women's single at the 2026 Australian Open in Melbourne on January 21st. 2026. The match ended 6-4, 4-6, 6-4 in a high-quality hard-fought contest lasting about 2 hours and 18 minutes on the Rod Lava Arena. Let's take a look at the Kazakhstan's path to glory. She seeded number 5 and she cruised through much of the draw without dropping a set onto the final. which was against Arina Sabalenka. She beat both top-ranked players en route to the final, number 1 Iga Swiatek and then number 2 Iga Swiatek, and then number 1 Arina Sabalenka, making her only the 4th woman in the Open era and the first since the WTA rankings began to defeat world number 1 and 2 on the way to the Australian Open title, joining Jennifer Capriati, Serena Williams and Madison Keys. She had won 20 of her last 22 matches overall, including 2025 WTA finals, where she also beat Sabalenka and went 10-0 against top 10 opponents in that stretch. One of just 6 women in the 21st century to achieve 10 straight wins over top 10 players. She led the WTA in matches won over the past 6 months since mid-2025 Wimbledon. You also look at the match, the stats there, and it was really, really close. Yeah, from both women. Points won, 92-92, dead even between the two women. Arina Sabalenka, aces 6, Sabalenka 5 aces, the winners, 35 winners for Rybakina, trumping Sabalenka's 28. On forced errors, nearly identical, Rybakina with 26, Sabalenka with 25. Breakpoints converted, Rybakina 3 of 6, while Sabalenka 2 of 8. Was it expected, Henry? Sabalenka losing. She's now 4-4 in finals at this point in time, and you're looking at the rest of the season. But did we expect Rybakina to pull off a win once again?
She's the first person since, is it 2018 or is it 2018 or 2017 to actually win 3 of the top 10 seats to actually end up winning a Grand Slam or the Australian Open since 2017, fighting for the Australian Open, and in Grand Slam since 2018. Like, she was fantastic. She was fantastic. Am I surprised she beat Sabalenka? Not really. Sabalenka has a way of getting to the finals and bulldozing her way to the final of recent, and at the end of the day, she finds a way to lose. But somehow she didn't look too emotional. That was a good thing to note after the loss for Sabalenka. But for Rybakina, I think it was total class. It was total class. The way she took the first set, she lost the second set. You definitely expect a fight back from Sabalenka. It's not going to be straight sets victory. It's straight set victory. You have to mentally prepare for that. Then how she garnered herself 3-love down in the third set, in the last set, and she came back and she got that 1-6 for that means she had to break Sabalenka twice to get back to. She had to break Sabalenka twice to actually get back to 3-all. Then she had to break her again to get it to 6-4. So, like, it just showed grit, it showed determination, it showed a lot of quality. We know, she's one of this she's one of those WTA players, like when you call the regular names of recent Sabalenka, Swiatek, Goff, that every time you're saying who is an outsider for a Grand Slam, her name will always be mentioned. Rybakina's name will always be mentioned because she has the ability. In the tours, she does very well in the tours. But in the Grand Slam, she's always falling short. She has the ability to actually get it done. And you always mention her name, but somehow, sometimes she doesn't get it done. That's the problem with Rybakina. But she's gotten it this time, and this is her second Grand Slam. After winning Wimbledon in 2022, she has added another one to her belt now, and it's quite fantastic. And I think if you could say she a deserved winner, you can't fault her not deserving to win the Australian Open because she has been fantastic all competition long. She was fantastic all competition long, and I just felt that this was a really, really, really big banana peel for Sabalenka when she did get one over Pegula. I mean, if it was Pegula, you probably have put your money on Sabalenka actually seeing that one through, being able to win that one. But with Rybakina, it was a tricky test. You didn't know what to necessarily expect, and she has been on top of her game so far in the Australian Open. Since the start of, she was on top of her game from the start of the Australian Open down to the final. So I'm not shocked she won it. I'm not sure, but for Sabalenka, I think something has. I don't know what the approach has to be for finals, but something has to change. I don't think it's a mental issue. Or is it a mental issue? I don't really know. But I think
village people.
something just has to change. I think for Sabalenka, something just has to change because you can't get. She got to three finals last year. She won 2. She won 2, lost 1, got to a semi-final. Yeah, she won 2 Grand Slams last year, right? Yeah.
I think she only won one.
Now confirm. Sabalenka, but she got to about 3 Grand Slam finals.
And one just the US Open.
And one just one, yeah. She lost the Australian Open. She lost She lost the French.
She lost Australian Open
to Madison Keys. So she really got the US Open. So I just hope it's not going to repeat itself and be that kind of year again for her. I'm sure she's probably thinking in her head like, why now? Why again? Why is this happening again? So I think she just has to get her act right, put herself in order, and just go for it again. The next one will be Roland Garros. Go for it again on Roland Garros, although it will be difficult because we all know how we call it Iga or term it Iga's court, but it's still doable. Iga hasn't looked like she's been in her best for the past 13 months, so it's actually quite doable. So Sabalenka has to prepare herself for finals better mentally, because it just feels like she's lacking it. It feels like she's questioning herself too much anytime she makes the Grand Slam final, and she just needs to stop that.
Alex, you're looking at the last 5 years now. The last 5 Grand Slams. Say last 5 years. The last 5 Slam winners have been different. You're looking at the 2025 Australian Open. It was Madison Keys who won it. She beat Aryna Sabalenka in the final. 2025 French Open, the Roland Garros, Coco Gauff beating Sabalenka once again. In the Wimbledon, Iga Swiatek getting the Wimbledon, beating Amanda Anisimova in the final. Aryna Sabalenka getting the US Open, beating Amanda Anisimova in the final. And the Australian Open, now 2026, Elena Rybakina beating Aryna Sabalenka in the Australian Open once again. So out of those 5, Aryna Sabalenka has made it to 3 Grand Slams finals. She's 4-4 in Grand Slams, 4 wins, 4 losses. Let's take a look at the 5 different winners. Does this show how much depth it is when you look at the women's side of things? And then again, it could have been Aryna Sabalenka dominating it and we will be bringing up this conversation, but the depth and the quality that is right there in the women's side. You also have to look at the semi-final, the finalists as well. Amanda Anisimova getting to the finals twice. Madison Keys also getting to the final twice. Elena Rybakina also getting to the finals as well. So even the finalists too have been really different as well. So does this show the depth that we have in the women's side of things, and is this what we want to see in the women's side of tennis when we talk about depth and variety of champions?
Well, I guess it's definitely one of the reasons why lots and lots of people go on and on about why the WTA is a better sector of the tennis world than the ATP. I mean, the variety, the fact that, okay, you can mix it up and you don't know who would be there. The only constant figure or presence, and rightly so, has been Aryna. Aryna will always be there. The one out of the 5 finals you just mentioned, OVA, she's been to 4 of them since the start of last year. The one that she did not make, she got as far as the semi-finals and was knocked out by Amanda Anisimova in the Wimbledon. So she's that one constant presence. You can't list Coco Gauff could be around, in and around. She could come in there, win a trophy. The next one, she could have a first week exit, a first round. Let's not even go first week, a first round exit from the competition or from the tournament. So you cannot particularly say there is any other force in there. Even Iga, surprisingly, who looked like, okay, 2024 and 2025 was a really good year for her. How she started and as far as she got to the semi-finals of Roland Garros, got to the finals of Wimbledon and converted that tournament into a trophy for her, and it all looked like it was going to culminate into a beautiful season for her. She fell off at the US Open, has not still found her feet at the Australian Open. There is only one name there, and that is Aryna Sabalenka. But why is she not as dominant as she ought to be? I mean, like you've just said, rightly so, there is almost no other sports person that you'd look at that has that win to lose ratio when it comes to finals. That is just Aryna's luck. Not even Serena. Serena had that. I mean, you have people of dominance. Serena Williams did that. Venus did that. I mean, even Maria Sharapova, when they had their times, when they got to finals, they were almost certain to convert, and especially when they were playing against each other. But I think it's the caliber of opponents. It is not a Sinner Carlos kind of match where there is no sure winner. You're matching Carlos against Sinner. You're like, I think Sinner takes this one, then maybe Sinner takes it. Carlos takes the next one. Sinner takes the next. It's like a shuffle between them. There is no clear and obvious winner, and that's how most of their matches are always going to be to the end of their careers. The difference is Aryna Sabalenka now goes in as favorites, and she does not have a single person that you would say is a boogie person for Aryna. So it's more of a personal issue for her. I'm just coming from that aspect because 1, Madison Keys, 2, Coco Gauff, 3, Amanda Anisimova. You converted the US Open title against Jessica Pegula, who has not been able to defeat you at all in your career. We all know the story of Jessica and how she mostly moves in most of those tournaments. And next thing, we are back again with Rybakina. Taking nothing away from this from these opponents I've just listed, it is definitely an Aryna problem. When you look at the names on paper, I think you would agree with me that she should have at least 1 or 2. Out of 4, she should have 1. Even if it's just 1, not even 2. Let's not say 2. But the fact that there is no boogie person for her. She could meet Coco Gauff in a semi-final and not drop a set against her. But if she plays the next tournament and meets Coco in a final, then there is a problem. That's just Aryna. That's her thing. I can tell you that she would meet even this Elena Rybakina now in a quarterfinal, semi-final showdown in the next tournament, and she'll make it look easy. She gets to the final and she just somehow chokes. It was like those labels they were using after LeBron when he was still in his years. They were like, oh, how many finals have you got into, and how many finals have you lost? That's the cleanest.
He got to 2 with Cleveland before he left.
So he lost finals. I think he lost 6. He has lost 6 finals and converted only 4.
Yeah, he has lost the most.
He has lost the most NBA finals. So he's been to 10 and converted 4.
Sabalenka is the LeBron.
So it's definitely a personal issue. It's definitely a personal issue. With LeBron, maybe you could say it's a team sport. He might have done his best, but then his teammates did not pull up enough extra weight, although it is still very unfortunate because out of those 6, if you take out the Warriors when they were pretty dominant, you would still feel like he should have 1 or 2 more rings to that, like as bad as he could possibly get. But this Aryna is an individual sport. It's something like I just said, there's no boogie team. Watch the reference. I just used LeBron James. Warriors was a boogie team during that period for them. They could not beat the Warriors. The only time they were able to surmount the Warriors was based on 1 or 2 injuries that happened to them during that finals run, and it also affected the Warriors the next season. So there's always a factor there in terms of, oh, this person is a boogie team. Oh, Arsenal are about to win the league. City steps up. Arsenal are about to win the league again. City steps up. There is always that boogie team. So, in this instance, when you can't list one boogie person, I'm telling you with as much confidence that she would go to the next tournament, play Elena Rybakina in a quarterfinal, semi-final, and she'll beat her.
And you know that's the funny thing. The people she's actually losing to, Madison Keys, Rybakina, these are people she should actually dispatch. Yes. I mean, I could even cut some slack with Rybakina.
Rybakina was fantastic.
Yeah, she was fantastic this Australia, and she's one of those opponents that you know that she has it in her. She's one of those players you know she has it in her. Just she can be inconsistent. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like which club will I best use to describe Rybakina? Which club will I? Okay, it's like Atletico Madrid. You know Atletico Madrid have it in them to win the Champions League or to win the La Liga, but you just don't know when they will do it. That's the simple truth. You just don't know when they will do it. They are not consistent enough. And that is Rybakina. So I can cut her some slack, but I think these are matches she should actually be dispatching. These are matches she should be winning. I mean, you're the top seed for a reason.
You just, like you cited, she lost the first set, took the second set immediately, and was 3 up in the third set. The last time she did that, she was 3 up on Madison Keys, last year's Australian Open. It is definitely an Arina Sabalenka's issue. It's an individual problem.
And you know the problem, I think, is a mental issue, because the moment she just drops a game, you start seeing her talking to herself and remonstrating. Girl, it's just a game. Calm down. There's another game. Continue. But it's just like she lets these things get to her easily. That's a problem. I think that's something her team, even she herself, she mentioned it, she talked about it. You all remember how she broke down against Coco Gauff in the French Roland Garros. Like, put your act in order. Because, all due respect, I know a lot of people have been raving about Iga and what Iga have been. To me, for the past 3 years or 4 years, when I look at this, all of them play, I still look at Sabalenka and feel she just has the edge over Iga if she can get her game in order or her head in order. But lightning struck again. They say lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, but it struck twice in the same spot. Yeah, Australian Open, Melbourne, same scenario. Everything.
You could literally take a tracker by points, by everything, where Madison took the first set, Arena took the second, was on top, 3 up in the third one, and then slept off. She finished the first set of the Roland Garros on top of Coco Gauff, had only 5 unforced errors. And I was like, okay, she actually looks composed today. She went on to have 81 unforced errors in that game. It is a problem. It is definitely a problem when you're faced with a certain challenge and you just do not know how to overcome it. Which other teams could you probably think of that have a challenge when it gets to a final lap? You probably say Arsenal. When it gets to the final lap of a season, just converting. That is definitely Arena's problem. Just to liken it down to a team structure. So Arena plays her very best, brings her A game, does not drop a set, goes all the way to the final, trumping everybody and looks like a real contender. And in the final, she just somehow does not have it. It's not good enough at all. 4 out of 5 finals lost since the start of last year for world number 1 with only 1 converted. It is not good at all. I feel like she almost has to prep herself differently for finals alone. She can play any other faction of the tournament without pressure. She knows how to deliver. But when it gets to finals, I think she needs a therapist at the court side. I think she needs even a physio, anything you could call, put them all together at the court side for her to be able to keep her head, focus on her game. Like Henry did say, remonstrating. 3 up on Elena Rybakina and not converting the break that you had just gotten. The crowd was with you. Everybody was with you. Momentum was with you. So all you had to do is see it through. 3 up, which means, you've gotten the break. It's a chance to make it 4. She got the break back, took her set, got a break on you again, and just extended it to go on and win it. 2 back-to-back breaks from a position of absolute dominance. Sina is not doing that. Carlos is not doing that. No matter who they are playing. So it is definitely a hard problem, and why it is almost very personal to me is the fact that for someone that gets there so often, you deserve more. For you to be that constant figure, when we are talking about the WTA and how competitive it is, and the fact that we don't see that many people make finals. Amanda Anisimova was beginning to show herself a little bit. She dropped off in this Australian Open. I think she got as far as the quarterfinals, got knocked out by Jessica Pegula. That was the end of hers. Coco, we know Coco's story. Iga has not looked it. So there is nobody. Elena might not do even anything at the Roland Garros, the next tournament. She probably will not even be that electric or show any signs of what she does. It's just part of the game. But there's always one presence that is there, and she definitely deserves more than she has. So as much as we think she has grown in her game, she's not being emotional on court and all of that, she has to work on what happens to her during the finals, during those first set taken and looking like you're in control, then that immediate lack of concentration and slip off, there has to be answers for Arina Sabalenka.
Well, let's take a look at Elena Rybakina as well. It could look to be or it could be setting up to be a good 2026 for her. As you've said, she's taking the first Grand Slam of the year. It could set the tone for her 2026. Do you see the same for her, Alex, as the Wimbledon? She's won the Wimbledon before. She might be able to do so again, and she has also been dominant against the top 10, beating all of them. The longest streak, all the top 10, she's beating all of them 10 in a row, beating the number 1 and the number 2. Only 4 women have been able to do that. Show you that feat is not easy. And then you're looking at the women that have been able to do that, and one of the familiar names we have are Madison Keys and Serena Williams. The only 2 that you say might really be familiar, and then she joins that list. Going into the next Grand Slam, which is the Roland Garros, it's Rybakina. She moves up to world number 3 now. After that, so now is she going to be as much of a threat to Iga and Sabalenka? She says she wants that number 1 spot. Says she wants to go for that number 1 spot. Is she going to be much of a threat to both Iga and Sabalenka this season, or is it just going to be the same with Madison Keys and the rest? They win the first Grand Slam, or they win 1 Grand Slam and then they disappear all through the rest of the season?
I don't think that's going to be the case with Elena Rybakina because of the way she plays. She's a hard hitter. She's an Iga Swiatek kind of player. She knows how to throw you. I like to call it some sort of ragdolling around the court. She knows how to send you on errands around the court. She's that strong. She might not be the fastest on the court, but her returns, her serves, they are really, really hard to catch. So she's a hard hitter. We know how Iga plays her game. Iga is someone that the minute you are able to counter how fast she serves, how quickly she returns, her brain and how quickly it works, it might look like this is the shot she's going for, and at the last millisecond she changes her mind and goes with something you did not expect and adds varieties to her game. And I just think Elena is that kind of player. She's a caliber of that kind of player. The upgrade on it is the fact that she has almost everything in that bag. She'll go to the baselines, she'll play right at the net with you. You know, she has that forehand. She also has a pretty impressive backhand too. Her serves were really, really working for her against Sabalenka. She used those serves to shut her out, particularly when she had championship points and it looked like Sabalenka was beginning to, ask some questions of her, and then she instantly locked in and took control of the game to convert and bring home the championship. So she's definitely I don't want to say an upgrade on Iga because we've not seen Iga's final product. I think Iga still has a lot more she could give, but she is an Iga kind of player, and Iga has been in and around the top 5, top 10 for a pretty long while. So it's safe to say you can expect Elena to be there. You would not expect much of Madison Keys. I think Madison Keys had a good tournament. I think Amanda Anisimova. Keys was out in the quarterfinal. Was it the quarterfinals? She was out, I think, before the quarterfinals.
No, was it Pegula that knocked out?
It was Pegula. It was Pegula that knocked Keys out, because I can remember the All-American clash.
That was in the 4th round. I think that was in the 4th round. The Pegula actually knocked out Anisimova.
Quarterfinals, yeah. Then got to the semi-finals and was knocked out by Elena. So it's just based off on how she plays, OVA. I think she's destined to be in and around. I would not say she's going to be number 1. I mean, have you looked at the points gap between Arena and the rest of them chasing the pack? The fact that she consistently gets to every final is enough to add plenty WTA points in her category. So her getting to that finals alone is enough. She needs to convert the trophies, yes, no doubt. That is for your personal achievement, but there are some times where you just need the points to remain at the top. And the last I checked, she was somewhere close to 13,000 points, and the next person right after her, Iga, was around 7,000. There's quite quite some gap there for Rybakina to talk about dethroning Sabalenka. I think to dethrone Sabalenka, you don't have to play excellent. You don't just have to play excellent. You have to hope Sabalenka plays badly. So you're going into a tournament, you're going to go all the way to the final and win the trophy, and you're hoping that Sabalenka goes out in the first or second round. That's the only way her points tally drop and then yours go up. You understand? That's the situation there. You do not have that points tally where you'd have maybe you convert the trophy, you have 1,000 points added to you, but then Sabalenka goes on to reach the final and has another 800 added to her own. What do you begin to do again? So I think she's that dominant. Sabalenka is that dominant. So I would not really back Rybakina's claims of coming for the world number one spot. I think it would take her years, frankly, years to achieve it. It's like it's quite the gap, which is why we can confidently sit here and say Sabalenka is always going to be that presence there. It's like the Sinner Carlos gap between them and the rest of the chasing pack. I think they are about 10 to 12,000. I think Carlos must have gone up by some good 500, 700 points after his championship win today. And then Sinner is not so far behind, or do maybe now a little bit behind. He will need to really work on getting the next Grand Slam if he is to catch up to Carlos for the year. But the rest of the pack, go from I was about to say Musetti, go from Zverev to Novak to the rest of the pack chasing them, barely around 5,000 ATP points. So it is quite the gap, and it's a similar thing when you come to the women's side, but it's just that instead of a 2-horse leading race, it's just one. So Arena will have that spot for a long time to come. I mean, almost unbothered. But at the same time, Rybakina, starting off well, this is the best way to start off your season. Cap it off with a championship, and then hope that tournament after tournament, he'd be able to convert or maybe go really far, begin to impose. You're now ranked world number 3. Show why you're ranked that high. I mean, we saw Madison Keys get as far as ranked world number 4 and then drop to 5 in the space of a couple of weeks, and then now she's out of the top 10. So it does not really bode well for you if you were looking at the last Australian Open champion and how she rose and fell almost immediately like stocks. But at the same time, you've converted one, you're going to be looking how you can convert the next one, and then see how you can keep building on it. So I don't think her target should be Arina Sabalenka's place as a world number 1 in the WTA side. I think you should look at taking, if you want, pack all of them, the remaining Grand Slams for the year, pack as many as you can. That will only fuel your ambition to go. So that is what she should be looking at right now. I think anything other than that is a bit too unrealistic.
All right, head over to the second main event for the Australian Open, and that was Carlos Alcaraz, who decided to play the perfect antagonist to.
Did you expect anything else?
For some people,
he played the perfect antagonist.
It was the odds-on favorite.
So some people it was the protagonist though. To some people it was the protagonist though.
Did you see that stadium? The stadium was packed with everyone chanting Novak's name, holding the Serb flag and all.
A church man talk. Now because of that thing we Sina do 2 days ago, it's because of that poor performance we saw from Sina. No offense to Novak, but Sina let him into that game. Sina let Novak take that semi-final. Sina disappointed me with how he performed. I won't lie to you. He disappointed how he performed. And look, when Novak took the first set, I was like, okay. Then Sina took Carlos took the second set. Carlos took the third set. Now, for Novak to win that game, he has to be the first man to beat Alcaraz in a 5-setter in 4 years. Once match they go 5 sets, forget Alcaraz don't win. like it's almost that sure. Like the man has the physical and mental strength to see it out. And I just knew Novak just can't. And we also how Sina was bad, but we also how Carlos handles Zverev. That was you're 2 sets up, all of a sudden you're equal, and you're so close to losing the final set. he had to break. Like, Zverev was serving for that match. He literally had to break Zverev. When Zverev was serving for that match to come back and make it 5-4.
While still looking uncomfortable.
To make it 5-4.
I mean, he vomited on court.
Yeah.
In the middle of after he took the second set, he was 2-0 up. He was comfortable. The next thing, the cramping, he started jumping around, had a 15 minute medical timeout, vomited on court. And then Zverev was instantly looking at it like, this is free meal. This is free meal. And he showed. It showed in the way he took the next two sets. At that point, I'm like, no, I don't think there's any way Carlos is going through. But that is the stuff of champions. That's what you show to yourself when you're able to, with those conditions and the heat and everything that everybody's complaining about. Did you see lots and lots of tweets about the Australian Open, the heat, and how high the temperatures were at the at Melbourne? So to be able to do all of that, you're physically unwell. In the fourth set, Carlos was not moving. When I'm telling you, I'm seeing static tennis versus Zverev. He is literally playing with talent because his speed, his pace was non-existent. Carlos was barely moving. His serves were the only thing keeping him in that match because obviously his serves give you problem. He'll serve and then he was able to keep in touch with Zverev. But Zverev was sending him all around the court, and Carlos that was barely moving and was going back to receive massages, and then slowly the cramp began to wear off. And then you're asking if a sick and injured, cramping Carlos was on the court with you and you were not able to convert it for Zverev, when will you convert? When exactly? Because it looked like it looked like he was about to have the perfect story with Djokovic beating Sinner already. I mean,
like you expect Zverev
to go through and at least say, okay, this is my Australian Open. Let me give Djokovic a match.
Let me get
a Grand Slam. Everything was in your tide, in your favor. I mean, Sinner is already is out, and you're facing Carlos, and you're thinking this is that point where I capitalize.
The antagonist to everyone's story.
That is just it. I mean, Carlos is that kind of person that will give you hope and snatch it back immediately. Because handing from a 2-0 up on sets, and then handing him a 2-2, giving him match points, giving him match points, and taking it back from him. No, now that is one very, very cruel joke by Carlos. But it is the stuff of champions. It is how you respond even when things are not going well. Now I'll tell you the difference between that and Musetti. Musetti felt like he was not able to compete or play again, and he felt niggles in his legs, and he instantly retired while being 3-1 down in the third set. I mean, what did Carlos do? Carlos rode it out to the fifth set, felt a little better, and went all in. He was like, thank God I'm 2 up. Musetti retired. The mentality.
I watched the Musetti Novak game. That was on Wednesday, right? Yes. On Wednesday. I think it was on Wednesday. I finished Sports Attack. I watched it. I watched the first set. Was watching the second set before I left. Then I was not like, it's just a matter of time.
That was a morning game.
Yeah, it was a morning game. I was like, let me just check. Musetti would definitely have finished off Novak. Then I don't know what happened. Before I even said let me just check, I just saw a popped up notification. Novak advances to semi-final after Musetti retires. I was like, what is all this? What is all this? But like he said, it shows the difference between Carlos and even in a way Sinner and the rest. Remember when Grigor Dimitrov? Yeah. Sinner could have really retired, but he still kept on pushing. And at the end of the day, it was Dimitrov that had to retire. That was Wimbledon last year.
Yeah, that was Wimbledon. He went on to win it.
And he went on to win it. Like, I felt Musetti retired too easily. There are some who say you can't tell it's his body, he knows what he felt. But I would be so pained if the injury wasn't so serious and I see Musetti in the next ATP tour that he couldn't see out that game against Novak Djokovic. And that's the thing about Alcaraz. Alcaraz could easily have retired against Zverev, that he couldn't continue. But the man kept on plugging, he kept on going at it. No, he went on.
You also have to remember the fact that he's too set up. Yeah. Musetti is too set up. I think that's the thing that is dazzling me, because Alcaraz understood that he's 2 sets up. No matter what happens in the next 2 sets, he's not losing. So even if you allow Zverev way back, see if you can get your legs functioning before the 5th set. And in the space of 5 hours 34 minutes, Carlos was ready to capitalize in the 5th set, even from a point where it looked like Zverev was going to take it. So I mean, it's about risk. It's the risk takers, the people with the biggest mentality, they will always dominate every part of the sport.
Alex, Victor, now you're looking at Novak Djokovic. The man started out the first set 6-2. I was like, okay, yes, maybe this could be the 25th Grand Slam. It's cooking up. And then the subsequent sets just felt poor. The man lost the second set 6-2. He felt slower. Alcaraz was sending him all over the court. I was even like, this older man will get hamstring soon. The day he was stretching his legs. I know. In the third set, he tried to match it or do better. Then 6-3. I think the fourth set was his best set. Boy, obviously lost in that set 7-5. The man was able to at least muster up to able to make it or at least move almost to a tie break there in the fourth set. He was trying to fight back, but from the first set, the man lost it. You look at the match against Sinner as well too. The thing still baffles everyone how Sinner did it or how Djokovic did it, because Sinner had 72 winners and 42 unforced errors. Novak had 46 winners and 42 unforced errors. Sinner won 152 total points to Novak's 140. So how? So it still baffles people how Novak did it, especially with the Lorenzo Musetti. Felt like, okay, everything was working out for this man. As they said, the man just kept on using all his extra lives to survive into the next round. And the antagonist, Carlos Alcaraz, said, see, Daddy, I'll put you to rest. Just park first. Maybe next Grand Slam, you can try again. You can try again and get to the final. But Novak, a good run in the Australian Open. The next is the Roland Garros. Are we going to see him try to push? He didn't participate in the Adelaide or any of the ATP events prior to the Australian Open. Are we going to see the same likewise to the Australian to the Roland Garros? Maybe he'll participate in maybe 1 or 2, maybe 500, 250. I don't think maybe he's going to participate in the 1,000. He could participate in the 1,000. But for Novak, a good run for him. What's the next step, and what should he be doing at this point?
First off, let's talk about how we started the show today, where I did point out that I think there comes a time in a man's life where instead of going into fights where you'll be humiliated, you just step back and watch the fights from a far place. Because today we did see the brilliance of being very young, because a young Novak Djokovic today would have showed Alcaraz that tennis, we were masters of the tennis long before you were born. But you look at the fact that the man is no longer young, because while watching it today, we could see some certain tricks that Alcaraz would not use on the likes of Yannick Sinner. He was trying it there because he knew the longer you stretch this man, the better your chances. Because it's just like taking a leaf in football. You look at a certain, let's say, a younger Barcelona team playing up against an aged Inter Milan squad. The longer the game stays, the better the chances for the Catalonians. So you look at Novak Djokovic did put up a fantastic performance, because getting to this stage, beating one of the best when it comes to tennis is not something you just overlook, because he just shows that he still has it in him, but maybe the energy he doesn't. Because at some point today we were watching, I could see some moments where he was trying to do some stretch and all that, because make we talk through, he was feeling it. Alcaraz was all over the place trying to show him that that young blood, that energy is still there. So I feel you talking about Roland Garros now, I feel for me, I don't want to see one-time master being beaten by people. If he's beaten by Yannick Sinner or Alcaraz, we'll say yes, these are the best currently. Being beaten by them is something that no problem, you can actually do that. But losing to younger players that are not even up to that level, just because this man is no longer vibrant, this man is no longer energetic enough to play. So I feel Novak Djokovic needs to call it quits very soon. But talking about Roland Garros, he still has it in him. Still, we saw at least he got to win, even if it was a set. And just as Alex said, Alcaraz gives you hope that you can actually get something from this, then takes away the hope again. So, but Novak Djokovic, the Novak Djokovic of like 5 years back, 7 years back, will steal that opportunity and punish him. But it's not happening. Yannick getting to lose the way he did is not something that we should be surprised, because we know in sports, if it's not what you played yesterday, but actually what you do on the day. If you don't put in your A game, you get to lose. We do see it a lot with in football, where big teams get to lose on the day, and you ask yourself, this team that beat them now, can they do it if they replay this match? Because if it looks like a hamstring injury for Jude Bellingham there.
Pulled up.
He just pulled up, and that's a sad one for Galacticos there, because having to lose a player of Jude Bellingham at this point, where it still looks like the ship is still very much shaky. And but back to tennis there. I feel Novak Djokovic needs to do what we saw Rafael Nadal do today. Sit down there, enjoy yourself. See, you've worked for this. You've earned this.
Wait. So guys, who was Rafael watching? Was he watching his long-time rival Novak going on to possibly break the record, or was he watching his fellow countryman break his own personal record of being the youngest person to win a career Grand Slam? He did it 24 when he was 24 years and 3 months. Alcaraz does it in 22 years and 8 months, 2 years younger than him. So who was he watching?
He was watching both of them, because you know that joy when you see your rival still doing it, and you're like, wow, you still have this energy. And he loves the fact that yes, he can still see someone of Novak Djokovic caliber still cut it out, still get to win the big guns, getting to eliminate some of those younger ones. So, but on another part, you could say yes, he was trying to support his countryman there, Carlos Alcaraz, still making sure that yes, there's still a Spanish name when it comes to tennis. There's still a big name from the Spanish side. So he was actually watching, but trying to enjoy himself. And still, this still brings me to the fact that I want to see Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic still come out to watch these young ones, still give them encouragement, and also motivate them that yes, this is their time. Anything Novak wins now is based on his brilliance, and the longevity is still there. But I feel instead of him getting on to lose woefully, getting on to humiliate himself, and by losing to these other younger ones, he should just call it quit. Maybe not this year, but he should be looking at it that it's close to that time where you need to hang the racket and call it quits, instead of coming out to face what he faced. If it was like in football, where we get to see the old boys have a charity match, we would love to see Rafael Nadal maybe come in for a charity match against his old time counterparts.
All right, so guys, Novak, Carlos Alcaraz, setting the tone for the Australian Open. The next is the Roland Garros. What are we expecting from the Roland Garros coming up next? Are we expecting Novak to reach the same heights he did in the Australian Open? Yannick Sinner, disappointing run for him. We expected the season to start off with the Sinkaras match. It didn't turn out that way. Hopefully it does next in the next tournament. Also, any surprising competitor to look at for the next round in the Roland Garros? And has Carlos Alcaraz set himself as possibly maybe the best tennis player for the next 6-7 years? Winning a career Grand Slam at that age, surpassing one of the best, Rafael Nadal. He's the youngest player to win a career Grand Slam, surpassing his mentor, his idol, Rafael Nadal, someone that we've even dubbed him the Prince of Clay, and he's heading into clay season next.
Funny thing about that question and that conversation, it comes up anytime either Sinner or Alcaraz wins it. So what are we going with? What are we doing it now? See, this is Carlos.
No, see. As a Sinner fan, there's always something that you're looking at that maybe Alcaraz might just be better. Even when you look at their performances over last season, Alcaraz might just be better than Yannick Sinner.
I think Sinner will have his own moments.
Yeah,
he will have his own moments. He will have his own seasons. I think these last 2 seasons look like they're tilting towards Alcaraz, but they did it. They shared it 2-2. Last year was 2-2.
Yes,
2-2 was
2-2. And if anything, now is when Sinner is beginning to even stage his uprising. Before then, the real threat has been Carlos.
Yeah,
the real threat has been Carlos. I mean, for the first 2 Grand Slams he picked up, even back then, 2021, his first Grand Slam, that was the US Open.
Yeah.
So he has already been that presence there. It is not until late 2024 Sinner took his own stance or emergence as, okay, I'm here to compete, and that's when he became that figure alongside Carlos. Now my main question is, Sinner goes on, wins the Roland Garros and completes his own career slam. What is the conversation going to be like? So you get the picture I'm trying to paint. Sinner had at the Roland Garros last year 3 championship points, and I'm putting it to you that there is no other game or in any other planet where Sinner will have 3 championship points for the rest of his career and will not convert. So if anything is to go by with how last year played out, and Sinner goes ahead to win Roland Garros, which is obviously his 5th Grand Slam, as I think that's Vinicius has rolled the ball into the back of the net for 1-0 against Rayo. Oh, quite a goal. So if he does go ahead to convert it, Ovie, we are coming back to this conversation. We are coming back to this question. At the moment, it's okay to admit Carlos looks on top. He looks the better player.
Will he be on top?
But will he be on top? We will have this conversation 2-3 more times back before the year is over. I think it's always going to change based on, he wins this. We saw the level Sinner showed at Wimbledon. Right after that, Carlos dethroned him for US Open. Carlos has started the year with Australian Open. What happens at the Roland Garros now is going to determine how the next phase of their rivalry is going to be, because as much as Carlos has dominated their head-to-heads with, I think in official matches, it's a 10-6 record head-to-head between him and Carlos. They've also shared the number of titles equally. So at the end of the day, you're asking yourself, how is it going to play out? And I think it's okay to admit, at the moment, I can tell you, okay, Carlos looks like the better player. But in a month or two after the Roland Garros is played, and trust me, if there's anything I know about Yannick Sinner, he's going to be at that final. He's going to want to win it to cover for what he did last year, to cover for his disappointing start this year. If he does win it, complete his own Grand Slam, the media, the picture, everything shifts to him. So we need to accept it that these two are going to be the face of it for a long time. Except one of them has a drop-off, except an injury, except a ban. Those things happen. They are part of the game. So, apart from that, I can admit right now that Carlos looks like he's on top of his game. But I still think there are layers to this rivalry that we have not seen and we are yet to see.
All right. Any other person to look at heading into...
Nobody.
Musetti tried. So
Musetti.
let's just give him that. If we have to call a name, Henry, if we have to call a name, you don't want to call anybody.
Nobody. I'm not calling anybody's name. All of them are disappointing. They are disappointing. Like, it was Shelton that Sinner dispatched, right?
Yeah, it was Shelton.
So I dispatched Shelton. I said that's small picky. Like, that is like his age mates. That he dispatched him like, man, I'm your senior, you're my junior. Just stay there. Like, that's how we dispatched Shelton. I felt Shelton at least give him a run for his money, at least make it difficult, even if I expected Sinner to win, make it difficult for the man. But no, see, nobody. Maybe I might want to say Musetti, like Alex said, but he's one of the people I've always been looking at. Him, Taylor Fritz, Shelton. They are the people I've actually been looking at and saying that this should be the ones to actually give Carlos and Yannick a run for their money. But like I said, you're almost guaranteed Fritz to always drop sets. It's almost like a guarantee, and that's the problem. When he's not really at his or playing at the level we know he can play, one drop set could automatically turn into Fritz losing that match. That's the Fritz. Ben Shelton gets more angry than he plays tennis. I don't know why. The man is still emotional.
Yes,
still emotional.
Most emotion-filled man on the ATP lineup. Definitely is.
So it's another worrying thing. Musetti, you're just looking at Musetti and you're asking, or you always feel like, does he have that extra that you feel he can actually give to actually compete with those two? Because trust me, to compete with those two, no be beans. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy for anybody. So that's why I said no.
So you don't think if Musetti had gone past Novak?
I think if Musetti had gone, that's why I said, does he have the extra?
Would he have given Sinner the kind of game Novak gave Yannick? That 5-set matchup.
I think he would have given Sinner a good game. But I don't know. I don't know if he would have been able to beat Sinner. That's the question. That's the next thing. It's just like Novak was playing with
Experience.
And experience.
Yeah.
It was like that is the sort of performance you should have put up in the final to win it. But sadly, he had to put it up in the semi-final. Yeah. So that's just the thing. So, and you're not coming to a final, and let's tell ourselves the truth, age was not on your side. So it wasn't surprising that Carlos did what he did. But I think Musetti could have actually done something. I think Musetti could have, because I think for a while I don't think who did Carlos beat in the US Open last?
The finals. That was Yannick.
It was Yannick.
Yannick in the finals.
It was still Yannick. Surprisingly enough, it was Yannick. Yeah, now I remember. It was Yannick. So, but I just feel like, even about the Australian Open this year, Yannick felt odd.
Yeah, he was dropping
sets. He was dropping sets. He felt odd from Yannick. He didn't have the usual aura.
Yeah.
He did. His victories didn't have the usual, like, you know what Yannick is like. Yannick can literally go 6-love, 6-1, 6-1, and it's done.
Dominating.
That's it. But it just didn't feel right with Yannick in the Australian Open, and it showed in that game against Novak. And probably if Musetti had actually decided to see if he could play it out or see it through and actually defeated Novak, don't be surprised if he had defeated, or if he would have defeated Yannick. But all we're saying is hearsay, is hypothetical. It didn't happen. What happened has happened. But I think you might want to edge Musetti ahead of those other two, but for me, still nobody.
Novak should just call it quits at this point in time, because you're looking at, as you guys have said, it looks like it's just going to be dominating all through from the Italian anti-Spaniard for how many years or so. And maybe the match just accept that 24, and as Victor said, she's just going to punditry.
By side with Jamie Carragher.
I think Novak is past it, but I think that statement is actually quite exhausting, because he's 38 too. But even the other guys don't come close to him still.
That's true.
No, they might not
38 and ranked world number 4.
Does he still have more to offer to this sport?
Even if he thinks that he's done, the fact that he just played the final to start the year, Novak is not done. He will tell himself, let's keep going. So as much as I feel like the last significant thing that Nole did was convert obviously the Olympic gold medal. I think that's about it. I think that's where he should have drawn the curtains close, because you are not going to win a final against Yannick or Carlos again. I don't see it happening. Even after he got past Sinner, I was like, this was an impressive match, but I don't see you replicating this energy.
But just imagine
in the finals.
Two of them as young as they were.
That is why I say that's why I say you need luck. You need luck. Now imagine after beating Sinner, you played an impressive match, and Zverev, that German, if only he had done enough to beat him. Novak is looking at him as free food. You understand? It's an all-out contest. I think Zverev will look at him and say, "That's my first title."
If it was Zverev,
yeah,
Novak could have even had more of a chance.
I think he would have been favorite. I think he would have even been favorite.
I think he would have
going into it.
I would have even beaten Zverev.
So Zverev would have been looking at Novak like, "Oh, thank God it's not Yannick. I managed to get past Carlos, and thank God I am not playing Yannick. So let me see how I can at least play a 38 turning 39 in a couple of months year-old Novak and turn it into my first Grand Slam finally after so long." Then Novak at the same time we spoke about it. Henry particularly spoke about luck at the start of the season when we were talking about how they are shaped up going into the season. He needs an element of luck. He does not have that luck factor in his game, where you get to play and maybe one or two things go your way, and that just goes down to the competitiveness of those two guys. It is so hard to play at the level that they operate on. So in a case where you need an extra bit of luck, it's not coming your way. You need an extra bit of drive, and it's not happening. You play Sinner, you play a game of your career. I would even like to put it that way, or a game of at least your late 30s, where you know that yes, I finally played a game, and you're expected to replicate that game after 5 draining sets, barely 48 hours later. It's not ideal, and I did not frankly see it happening. So you need luck. You would have been hoping, crossing your fingers and saying, "Zverev, please come through. If Zverev come through, I'll play him." Or that Carlos injury, maybe he resurfaces. Yeah, maybe he resurfaces in the final after maybe a first set or a second set. He resurfaces. Carlos is looking uncomfortable. You need that stroke of luck. Okay, if Novak was the person in that situation that Zverev found himself in, I think he beats Carlos. Carlos. He has enough experience to beat Carlos, and then he will not go to the final, and you're still playing a Yannick. So either way, I don't think he can win. In a situation where you're not world number 1, you're not world number 2, you're guaranteed to meet both of them on your way to the final. You are guaranteed, and in that instance, Novak just cannot do it.
And most likely to actually get to Grand Slam, you have to go through the two of them, because most times no other person can beat them.
Yeah.
So that's just it.
All right, 0810951091 for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, or to 0701933992. The Australian Open is done and dusted. In the women's side, it was Elena Rybakina beating Aryna Sabalenka once again. 4-4. Sabalenka is now in the final. She's won 4. She's lost 4. Elena Rybakina getting her second Grand Slam. She's been a Wimbledon champion, and that was in 2022. And Novak and Carlos Alcaraz ended with Carlos getting his career Grand Slam. Hello, Kabalo Barry. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I greet the other guys in the house.
Yes, I greet you.
Yes, my afternoon is so sweet this afternoon because of my man. Yes, because this is the one I caught. If I don't win. I say he ends. Where Akaras. And I'm so happy that Akaras is. Let me tell you people, this Akaras is for all. The Grand Slam. Nobody, even Sina, say Akaras today. So if any person will want to win this season, that person must go through Akaras. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Kabulubari. 0810951091 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962. Carlos Alcaraz getting the career Grand Slam, playing the antagonist for Novak Djokovic's possible 25th Grand Slam to put himself at the top of the tennis world. But for now, he's still leveled. He still has 3 more Grand Slams to try his luck and hopefully do that. But as Kabula Barry said, it's all for Carlos Alcaraz this season. 0810-9510951, the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962. Alright, let's take a look at what's happening in the top 5 leagues in Europe. In the Spanish La Liga, right on our screens, Real Madrid beat Rayo Vallecano 1-0. Goal scored by Vinicius Junior. Beautiful goal right there, weaved his way from, it was in the box from the right hand side and chipping it right past the goalkeeper, even while surrounded with that much traffic. It's ended right there. Torino against Lecce 1-0. In the CAF Champions League, it's Simba against Esperance, and it's currently goalless at the moment. 32 minutes on the clock. Matches later in the Premier League, 3 p.m. is going to be Aston Villa against Brentford, hoping they can close the gap on Arsenal. Manchester United against Fulham, hoping they can do back-to-back wins and hopefully make it 5 in a row so that guy can cut his head. And Nottingham Forest will be taking on Crystal Palace. Tottenham will be taking on Manchester City. Hopefully Man City can close the gap on the Tottenham that look quite shaky in the league, but in the Champions League they are moving steady. In the Spanish La Liga, Real Betis will be taking on Valencia by 4:15. By 6:30 it's going to be Getafe against Celta Vigo. Athletic Club will take on Real Sociedad by 9 p.m. And then in the Italian Serie A, Como will take on Atalanta. Cremonese will take on Inter Milan by 8:45. It's going to be Parma against Juventus. In the German Bundesliga, Stuttgart is taking on Freiburg. Borussia Dortmund will welcome Heidenheim. In the French League, Olympic Lyon taking on Lille. Angers will take on Metz. Nice will be taking on Nice will be taking on Stade Brestois. Anyways, looking on my phone is quite different. Toulouse will be hoping not to lose and take on Auxerre, and Strasbourg will be taking on Paris Saint-Germain. In the CAF Champions League, Premet against RS Berkane, and then by 5 p.m. it's going to be Rivers United against Power Dynamos. And let's head over to the fast track stock Formula 1. Yes, it was Formula One's first on-track running for the 2026 season. A private behind closed doors shakedown at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya in Spain. This event spanned 5 days from Monday to Friday in late January 2026. As we've got a caller right here. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, this is
Enes from Mandela.
Enes, give us a thought.
Yeah, I called on Friday and I said that the only thing that will make Novak to win this Grand Slam is if the injury of Alcaraz continues. But if Alcaraz is coming to this game fit, then Novak will not have any chance of beating him, and it has happened. I would have broken in tears if I heard that Novak has won another Grand Slam. But it's not a surprise to me because I know that whenever Alcaraz is fully fit, he's undisputed right now in the world of tennis. And I'm happy to hear that. I wish him to, because he's also good on the clay. So definitely French, this thing.
The Roland Garros, yeah.
Yeah, Roland Garros, I believe is going to also be between him and Yannick Sinner. So I would thank God that we will now have a new gen that has taken over the podium from Novak Djokovic, even though amongst the old one we have, it's only him now left in the Grand Slam. But I'm happy since all those one we are expecting to take over, they ended up not achieving anything. Some of them are dropping in first and other, but these two people have become consistent in their career. So I just have to wish them all the best as they continue to soar high. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ernest. I don't know why nobody is giving Novak Djokovic. As a Cena fan, I actually wanted Djokovic to win because I would prefer Djokovic getting the 25th than watching Carlos take on the 7th and still push ahead in the title in the title push.
I think regardless, it's still an open field.
You are not a true Cena fan.
It's still an open field. I wanted at the same time Nole to pick up number 25 so that we all know that's what he's chasing. He'll finally rest. But he was not able to pick it up, and at the same time, I don't have any hesitations when it comes to Cena. Cena can only get better. Carlos can only get better. So we just want to see them play more finals, play more iconic matches, and just serve up the drama. That is the menu that people want to come and watch. A final where you can't predict who picks it or who takes it, and Cena will always provide that. Cena will always give you that. So I have absolutely no hesitation when I can tell you confidently that it is going to be very tight in terms of career titles between them till the end of their careers.
08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port is 0701933996 all about the Australian Open. But let's continue on with Formula One. As I said, the private running behind closed doors spanned 5 days from Monday to Friday in late January, with teams allowed to run their all new 2026 spare cars on any 3 of those days. It marked the debut of sports major technical overhaul, including new chassis rules, heavily electrified power units, sustainable fuels, and fresh engine manufacturers. The shakedown focused on reliability, system checks, mileage accumulation, and operational homing rather than outright performance benchmarking. Lap times were official, track conditions were cold, and programs varied. Let's take a look at some of the key teams and their performances. And what's the takeaway from them? The Mercedes, the W17, lived up to and strengthened their preseason favorite status. George Russell and rookie, the Mercedes engine. Could we see Mercedes bring one of the front runners heading into next season?
If we are to go by their last, season's finish, if we were to go by how well they perform, both their drivers, we kept mentioning how on that racing circuit, there's almost no other name, there's almost no other constructor who is able to keep pace with the likes of McLaren. No, not even with the likes of McLaren. They are the only ones. They are the front runners. They are the ones who have 2 credible and eligible drivers. I mean, even when you throw Max Verstappen into the race of things, you had a Yuki Tsunoda backing him up. Obviously, you hope Haja would be a better partner this year for them. But I mean, the start of something or of something good, it's always going to be indicated by how well you perform or partner as a team. We are seeing McLaren. It is so well formed that even when their drivers are contenders, they are still focused on doing their individual jobs, showing their qualities as a driver, not really allowing much of the scenario or how it plays out to distract them. So Mercedes definitely should be top contenders, because in my ranks I would have the combination of Lando and Oscar, obviously, and then I will have Kimi and George, and I think those two are good enough. I mean, Kimi, a young driver that shows fearlessness, his experience, his range. He's just able to do some very, very wonderful things, as he has done in his breakout year. So it's not easy. It's definitely not easy to be able to come out your breakout year and you perform that well like he did. So if you put in that pairing of him and George Russell, I mean, you look at it together and you're saying, why can't they take this to the next level? Why can't they not take Mercedes to the next level? And like we did mention with the regulations and how they level the playing field, you'd honestly be thinking that, with how everything is shaping out or shaping up to be, you can get a good team together. I mean, like behind, or should we just say backroom as team together, well and properly assembled, to be able to stage a challenge, just stage some sort of uprise on the dominance that the McLaren have shown. And then you can now look at individual qualities. But I think first of all, as a constructor, you have to be aiming for good conditions for both of your drivers, and once they are in excellent conditions, why is it not possible? Why is it not attainable? Kimi showed some good levels towards the end of last year, consistently being in and around the top 10, finishing on the podium to a certain number of times. George is a veteran. We can begin to call him that man. We can begin to expect those kind of races from George, where he would consistently pick up on a good race. We know George, obviously. I mean, you talk about him lots and lots of times over here when he's pretty much frustrating the driver that you want to probably win a particular race, because we know how good of a defender he is. He gets into a position, he barely loses that position all through the laps. So he's that dominant. He is also that veteran that Mercedes can call upon. Then you throw in obviously Kimi Antonelli into it, and it looks like a very, very good mix. It actually does look like a good mix. So I mean, what is not to dream of in terms of a constructors championship, or at least just contending, having a really good pairing when it comes there? I think they found a switch, or they found their level, but it was a bit too late towards the end of last season, where we saw Kimi begin to really do wonders on the circuit. We saw Russell, of course, we have already spoken about him, just being there consistently in and around those points, has a good couple of races, picks up all 25 points, wins. If he's not there, he's most likely going to be on the podium right after both McLaren drivers, or maybe if you throw Max into the mix, you will still see him in the top 5. So he's consistent. Then Kimi, that has begun to sneak consistently into the top 10. He snuck into the top 10 so often at the end of races that I don't even think we can call it sneaking again. I think Kimi is a top 10 racer as it stands right now. I think he's definitely among them, despite his age, despite how young it is, despite the fact he was his breakout year. So you throw this into it, and obviously Kimi has the experience of just 1 year. I mean, I know it's not much, but it's something going into yet another season. And you're thinking
he had 3 podiums last season as well.
And you're thinking, I was not even referring to the podiums. I was talking about the number of times he's been around that top 10 finish. Yeah, it was pretty impressive. Podiums like the Kick Sauber driver Hulkenberg, who got a podium, but then after then barely seen around the top 10. But I mean, Kimi will get a podium in here and there, and then he's still in and around that top 10. He's also sometimes even a top 5 too, getting those crucial points. So he's someone that you definitely have to consider or throw in when you're talking about things that involve, the circuits and the drivers, their partnership, how well they do together, under that sponsorship, under their brand. So I mean, it's actually very encouraging times for Mercedes. It's very encouraging. I still expect McLaren to dominate the pack, but I want to see more of a fight. And I think with the new rules, with the regulation change, and you've cited it before, it worked in their favor, couple years back or couple times back where they were able to dominate. They'll be looking at this season and saying, we have two excellent drivers, so why not?
But Harry, speaking of new rules now, and the Ferrari SF26, Lewis Hamilton set the unofficial fastest lap of the week, 1 minute 16.348 seconds. The man noted it was a better start than recent years under the new rules, calling it a remarkable progress. Hope for Ferrari and their fans heading into next season. The two Ferraris were, I think, when it comes to the fastest laps, they were quite second or third, or maybe first and fourth, but quite fast.
For Ferrari, you have to say hope. Partly maybe because of Hamilton is there. Leclerc has a penchant for misbehaving or for not seeing out races when he should actually see out races, or defend positions when he should actually defend positions. Leclerc has a penchant for that. But if the car is fast, also most times it suits the straight tracks. Most of these tracks are not straight at all. So I mean, yeah, it's fast, but I think it's actually quite an advantage at the end of the day, because especially when you put a driver in the mode of Hamilton, actually in any of these cars, and you expect him to go toe to toe to compete, I think you're actually giving the man a fair chance to actually compete. We also how he struggled when he came newly to that's PSV beating final, right? 2-0, right?
In 15 minutes.
Wow.
They better hold Siberia. I can see towards there.
Well, truth be told, I think it's quite a good advantage, or quite a good thing for Ferrari. At least Hamilton has been clamoring for a while to have that car that can help him compete. Hamilton has been clamoring for that, and finally, by the looks of things, he has it. He finally has that car he's been looking for. He finally has that car that can and that will help him to compete, and that's a good thing. Finally, it's there. Now it's wait to see how the man does compete. And don't get me wrong, I said Leclerc had his own issues, not seeing out races, not defending his positions well sometimes. But I think Leclerc is not a bad driver at all. I think he's actually a good driver. I'm waiting to see how it actually unfolds this Formula One season, because like almost everybody's on an equal or clean slate. The aerodynamics and changes to the car this period will affect a lot of things. The new engine changes will affect a lot of things. Everybody's coming out, oh, our car is the best, it has gotten things right. Wait, season start, no, we know we get engine right, or we don't get engine right. So I think it's positive. It's looked positive. The fastest unofficial time, and even from the moment the car came out, Hamilton was already raving about it. So I think let's see how it unfolds, let's see how it goes. But I think it's actually an advantage, or it's actually a good sign if the car is actually the fastest and can post or help the drivers actually post the times they did in testing over there in Barcelona.
Alex, McLaren did their testing. We saw Lando Norris sporting the new number 1. Oh God, I saw that number. I was like, on his car. Why?
Leave Lando alone.
Why? It just didn't fit the livery. It just didn't fit that black. I was like, no, this looks better on the Red Bull than it looks better on the McLaren for now. They first delayed their full running until Wednesday for extra development with no private shakedown planned. A fuel system issue limited Oscar Piastri on Thursday, but a strong Friday pushed them to 288 laps total, encouraging reliability and early performance signs through mileage trailed leaders. For Red Bull and Racing Bull, their sister team, a major positive for them in their in-house Red Bull 4 powertrains did their debut. And unlike what Laurent Mekies actually told us that they will be issues. It actually looked actually much more better than actually what he said. And the only setback was new driver Isaac Haja, who crashed on the second day. Car will they just give you? You crashed it. First crash of the season. Season
never starts.
how many times he almost crashed? He just went into the rubble, was able to control the car, but Haja, they had to tow the car out of the wall. Could this be a confidence boost for the team, especially with I'm talking about the power unit with the Ford? People expected a new powertrain. The Ford, there were going to be issues with the running and all with Red Bull, but they've actually done pretty well. There was when Haja, I think it was the second day, he set up the fastest lap time, and everyone was wondering that imagine his max on that car now, what will happen? So is this positive looking at the new powertrain? And for McLaren as well, good test for them. They might have delayed. The next testing is going to be this February in Bahrain, a much more familiar ground for everyone. It's where you're looking at what we have in the season before we now build up to the first first Grand Slam, the first Grand Prix, which is why is everything in Australia? What's happening down under? Why does it first have to be in Australia?
Well, Melbourne is the place to be at this point of this time of the year. Obviously, even with the Australian A-League 2 also starting. But yes, I mean it's a good boost for you to be able to, should I say, succeed where others fail. You look at it and you would look at it and take it as a boost. I said the rules and lots of the changes that has been affected, the engine, the entire portfolio, and most of them change. Even the drivers making switches is definitely going to take a toll on some of them. And instead of us watching Lewis Hamilton struggle to adapt to a Ferrari car, we'll see most of the drivers try to adapt to theirs. But I mean, that's where the post and pre-season is meant for, to be able to work. So Haja would be much happy that he crashed this car during the off season and not the on season. I mean, he definitely will be. Yes, it's a stint. The season has not started. I've already wrecked my first car, but it shows you that, okay, I've made this mistake, I'm not going to make it twice. It's not like he can make it twice, but I will strive not to make this same mistake again. And it's about who gets to adapt to their vehicles, OVA, like we did say, when we went through the whole rules and everything concerning the new regulations that have been set in place. So I think the drivers are going to have a very tough time adapting to it. I still think the way I tend to praise up McLaren, you think I'm a McLaren fan, but I promise you I'm not a McLaren. I'm not a McLaren fan, but they have found a balance in their workspace where the two drivers can not only excel properly, but then at the same time they are also able to have that off the circuit relationship too. Whereas much as the media tries to paint animosity there, there's still a great working relationship between the team, the drivers. If you do not have a great working relationship, you will not have results. You will definitely not have results. And results are the one thing that McLaren have been able to get, or are able to convert at the moment. I mean, you would still expect drivers of their caliber to be able to show why, no matter the new engines and how different the car is going into this season, they would still be able to adapt. They would still be able to show themselves, and like it showed in their testing, despite them coming arriving late for that testing, they were still able to show a certain degree of it. But it just speaks levels about what to expect this season, where you go from Haja clocking the fastest speed in the last one and coming into this session and he crashed his car. So you can expect varying results. That is what Formula One is always going to give you. You will always expect those varying results, because A is A does not mean A will be A next time. No, I don't think it's going to be that way, particularly on the circuit. So you have to be able to stay consistent if you want to convert as many podiums, as many wins into a championship push for any driver next season, which is why I said it's better for Formula One, because I think the gates are open for anybody. Let's imagine someone like a Lance Stroll finishes on the podium 3 out of 5 times to start the season. Doesn't he dream? He begins to dream. So who adapts to their car faster? Who is able to show that, oh, okay, I've been able to understand and I can display what I've understood so far on the tracks? And it's about who does that, because the person that does that and is able to, consistently do it is going to be that person to watch when the season kickstarts. So as much as the off season is giving us a look at the drivers, their conditions, their cars, and obviously even their constructors and the team behind them, it also does not paint the exact image to expect of you when it comes to what the season is going to offer. So I still think I will definitely maintain my stand. It's going to be a very exciting season to come. McLaren obviously have the boost that they needed, not only with the constructor and the drivers championship, but the fact that these guys are well experienced. They've been here, they've been doing this, and they've been finally able to convert it, and they're looking at exerting that dominance for periods of time to come. The challenge, or the challengers, will be down to, like we did mention with Mercedes. Obviously Max is going to be in the mix, and then eyes are going to be upon Sir Lewis Hamilton to see how he does respond this season. So it's definitely one to watch. It's definitely one to look at. Very, very exciting season ahead to look forward to. But if we are to go with, like I said, Ovi, don't pay too much or don't give too much attention to what happens in the off season. Obviously, it shows you where the drivers are as it stands, but it's not a true indication of things to come during the season. So as much as you say, oh, it's a boost to McLaren, what happens when the season starts? Even as much as we know they have experienced drivers who have been there for years, you could see a different story in the first couple of Grand Prix, and then you might not really understand how it's going to play out. But then uncertainty creeps in, and it's an open ground, and everybody wants to compete, particularly when it's a clean slate, when you're not chasing anyone, and you just have to start your season off well. So a boost to McLaren could also be a distraction if you look at it from another angle. But at the same time, I mean, pretty exciting times on the circuit. And like you did mention, Bahrain for their next testing or round of testing for their cars, and you would still expect a new name or a different personnel to clock higher speed, or to have looked to master or improve himself on those terrains of Bahrain. So I mean, it could all go down to, like we said, how you are able to adapt to your car and each driver's individual quality. I think that's what it goes down to. Who is going to outshine each other when it comes down to the nitty-gritty of it all.
All right, we leave Formula One and head over to talk basketball. Before I do that, right on our screens, Manchester United hold up against Fulham right there at Old Trafford.
They can't go and beat City and Arsenal and all win this. They had better win this.
Set expectations that, what the United fans are beginning to refer to themselves as? Robin Hood. Take from the rich and give to the poor.
Well,
so we will not be sure.
Or are they the poor?
No, Fulham are definitely not rich now. Come on now. A team that is rich will not be languishing and in and around the mid. They are not even mid-table. I think they are somewhere between 13th or thereabouts. It's just the brilliance of Harry Wilson that has been propelling them up and up the table. But they are definitely not rich now. Come on now, Ovie.
All right, now it's Manchester United hold up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. San Lames obviously the man in between the sticks from left to right. It's Luke Shaw in the left back position. Lisandro Martinez and Harry Maguire make up the centre back pair. Diego Dalot right there at the right back. In the midfield, in sitting deep, is going to be Casemiro, and could be Mino. Up front in the midfield is Amad Diallo, who will be playing the right wing. Bruno Fernandes staying right behind the striker. Matheus Cunha on the left wing, and Brian Mbeumo, the man up front. For Fulham, they set the same formation, likewise in a 4-2-3-1 formation from left to right. Anton Robinson in left back, George Cuenca and Joachim Anderson from the centre back pair in Timothy Castan. In the right back, Brendan Leno is the man in between the sticks. In the midfield, it's Sander Berge and Alexi will be making that pivot. And then up front, Emil Smith-Rowe will be taking on the left wing position. Harry Wilson right behind Raul Jimenez, who is the lone man up front, and Samuel Chukwueze right there on the right wing. For the substitutes for Manchester United are the Bandi, Nosar Mazarai, Taro Malasia, Lenny Euro, Aiden Heaven, Manuel Ugarte, Joshua Zexi, Benjamin Sesko, and Sherry Lacey. For Fulham, they've got Benjamin Lecomet, Kenny Tete, Calvin Bassey, Harrison Reed, Tom Carney, Joshua King, Ryan Sessegnon, Jonah Kusi Asari, and Kevin. Guys, 3 wins in a row for Manchester United should be an easy win against Fulham.
There's no easy game in the English Premier League. You have to turn up. You have to bring your A game every time you're in the English Premier League, and that's the simple truth. Fulham are not a big side, but they are one of those teams, one of those mid-table teams that if you're not careful, they will hurt you. The quality of Harry Wilson has shown this season. Alex Iwobi is one of their key men. Samuel Chukwueze has been fantastic since he came into the side on loan from AC Milan. So it just shows you or tells you about the quality. Calvin Bassey there as well, although the man isn't starting this game today, as Samuel Chukwueze has the ball in the box but is forced out wide. And yeah, Fulham is one of those sides that can and will hurt you if you are not careful. It's the English Premier League. You have to bring your A game into every match or into every game, and that's what United have to do. They've shown that they can actually win games and win it the hard way and win against the best sides by doing what they did against City and Arsenal. Now let's see how they handle a side like Fulham, where the dynamics will be different, where they will have to actually be in control of the ball more and actually dictate the pace and tempo of the game more. So let's see how it actually turns out here.
Before I head over to talk basketball, let's take a look at what's happening in the top 5 leagues. As we've said, the match in the Premier League started right about now. Aston Villa and Brentford goalless, 3 minutes on the clock. Fulham and Manchester United as well, goalless, 5 minutes on the clock. Forest and Crystal Palace as well, goalless, 4 minutes on the clock. It's halftime right there at the Bernabeu. Real Madrid still beating Rayo Vallecano 1-0. Como and Atalanta started 4 minutes on the clock, goalless at the moment. Olympic Lyon and Lille goalless at the moment, 5 minutes on the clock. It's 2-0 in favor of Simba in Group D of the CAF Champions League. They beat Esperance of Tunis right there in the CAF Champions League. Zero 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962. Alex, basketball. But before I get to what's happening right there with Paul George getting his suspension, let's take a trip back to what happened on Friday. Dallas Mavericks against the Charlotte Hornets. Could we obviously say that we have retired LeBron and Steph Curry rivalry? We had Knupel and Cooper Flag, both of them going off the wire. Cooper dropped 49, Con dropped 34. He had 8 of 12 3 points. Cooper was moving like prime LeBron, posting on everyone in that match. And people were just comparing it to we now have the modern Steph and LeBron rivalry, is how you're looking at it from that performance. Both of them young individuals, still in their rookie season, but carrying the team. 49 points. And it looks like the Rookie of the Year award is heating up. It's going to be between these two. Hopefully, none of them get an injury that actually puts them out of the award.
What do I say to that, Ovi? I mean, exciting times for the NBA. First of all, your take about them replacing LeBron and Curry. Calm down.
I said rivalry.
Potentially,
potential. Yeah.
Okay, potentially.
Yeah.
If their first season is anything to go by, I mean, Cooper was giving lots and lots of stick for barely, affecting the Dallas Mavericks and their season, which we already know is bad. And I don't think that's a Cooper problem. I think it's a team sport. It's one of the things I pointed out when I was mentioning LeBron earlier on today on the show, and I was talking about it being sometimes a major factor, a major part of how a team performs, a player's ability to interpret games, a player's ability to turn up in those games. And these players, well, while we would say Cooper did not have the best start to life, he was still in and around that position. You would maybe say someone like Con. Con was definitely someone that has been in those places. He's already the youngest player to hit 150 3 points. That's 3 points made already. So he's starting off as a shooting prodigy, which of course is no news to people who followed him when he was coming off Duke, and we already knew he was that shooting guy. And it indicated too in the picks. I mean, he was third in the overall picks, and I mean, it showed enough. So when you go from picks, you go from how they played in college, it shows you everything you need to know about these players. The only thing is, are they going to live up to that bill? Are they going to live up to their expectations? But for them to be in rookie of the season conversations, yes, they have lived up to their expectations. You can give as much stick as possible to Cooper for not starting his season well, but as soon as he settled, he has shown that consistently he's going to be that guy that you can call upon, and is definitely going to be in and around those places. So that is Cooper, and he's just showing you right now that he's a hooper. So, I promise you I did not do that on purpose, but Cooper, I mean, is definitely showing his abilities. And I was talking the other day with you, Ovie, and I think that was also with Victor. We were talking about Cooper, and I said the best part of his game, from what his college coach said, was his defense, his ability to go back and help his teammates out. It was the most endearing part of Cooper's game. And when you actually think of the fact that Cooper is an elite scorer and he still does enough to, go back and help defensively, and he's also a giant, you could literally call him a giant defensively, then you realize that, you have definitely a generational talent on your hands. You have someone that is here to compete, is here to play for years to come. And that's just what Cooper Flag has been so far. I mean, 49 points, the highest points dropped in an official NBA game by a teenager. The last was 48 done by his name has just skipped my head, but it was in the 1980s, and Cooper Flag has just broken a record that has been 46 years long. So when are we actually going to sit and say, this boy might just be the real deal? You bring it up right now, and I mean, you must have seen reactions to it. The NBA is soft, The NBA is not what it used to be. LeBron, if LeBron was 16 right now playing in the NBA, he would have dropped 70 points. Those are most of the reactions you get from me. But it's the skill set of these players. LeBron was an audacious player, but he was not audacious enough to attempt 12 3-pointers in a match. It was not his thing. Back then, that was not how he played. Right now, you need a variety. 2-3 players are guarding in and around the rim, blocking your access to the paint. You need to have the ability. Even a 7'5" Wembayama shoots incredible 3-pointers or makes an incredible amount or percentage of 3-pointers. You cannot survive on one skill set. You need to have a variety, and that's what Cooper has done. That's what Con has done. That's why I would say they are almost a better breed, because whereas others had their own specialties and had to evolve their game as they aged on, these ones are coming in young and they understand the tax that is already requested of them. They understand that, the way the league has evolved, you're coming in, you're not giving time to settle. Nobody is giving you time to say, develop your game, get to this, get to that. No. Con was coming in and was definitely going to be a starter for the Hornets. Cooper was already guaranteed. Everybody knew his story. So in those situations, in those cases where much is already expected of you, you're made to come in and to deliver. And I mean, these guys have done those consistently. You could maybe throw in a certain VJ Edgecombe in terms of the rookie, when we're talking about rookie of the season nominees. But I mean, it has to be between these two. And some people would argue, United were just about to concede. What they say from Laments. So, are they actually about to give to the poor? they were about to concede from a Fulham corner. I think that was a flick by Joachim Anderson, and Laments just had an outstretched arm to keep them from going behind barely 15 minutes in. Yeah, but I mean, back to Con. I would make an argument for Con just because of the fact that he started his season pretty decent. He started it very well, started it on top. So you could make an argument for Con being the, should I say, more consistent or the better player. And he has shown that time and time again. But then the minute Cooper came into his own, he has displayed that consistently. Obviously, we have the game mark that is required for you to be considered eligible for either the MVP or any of the awards at the end of the season. And these two, hopefully with no injuries, are most definitely going to fit the bill.
Especially Cooper, who has had injuries back to back. Although you see it hasn't stretched to that extent, but he has had multiple calf injuries.
Yeah,
missed 2 games, missed 3 games coming back.
So, I mean, it's definitely a rivalry to keep an eye on. Cooper, with 49 points, lost the Dama. I think they lost it by 2. Was it by 2 or by
1? 123. I think, 123 to 121.
121. So, it could be a very interesting matchup, but at the end of the day, results do not go your way. We've seen the criteria, Ovie, for winning any of those individual awards, and it is how you perform individually and how you affect team play. So the Mavs have not had a really good season. On the other hand, the Charlotte Hornets yesterday, with their win over the San Antonio Spurs, have now won 6 in a row. The first time they've won 6 in a row in the last 10 years. The last time was in 2016, which was a 7-game win streak. So it's the start of something for them. They have a really good team on the hand. Brandon Miller, obviously LaMelo Ball, Diabate, hard players who can play, and these are players for the future. You look at them and you're thinking, could we build, even if it's not with the exact budget or the ability to hand out those maxed contracts like OKC, but could we build something significant going into next season and and beyond? Is that a penalty that has been given to Manchester United? I can't tell, but I think he's just pointed to the spot there. That should be Matheus Cunha running to the 18-yard area, and it's been given as a penalty. It's been given to be checked by the VAR, but I think as it stands right now, United have a penalty on their hand. No.
That should be a penalty.
That should not be a penalty. That should not be a penalty. I expect the VAR to overturn this.
He takes
it into the box.
He takes it into the box.
He takes it into the box.
He drops.
And no. The tackle goes on the ball. Mm-hmm. The tackle goes on the ball definitely before gets to Cunha. But we'll see if he gets to review it. Maybe gets a better look at it, because I think his angle from the referee's angle, it looked like somewhere he did not get the proper look at it, and maybe he might get to reverse his decision. Yeah, but at the same time, like we were saying for the NBA, for the rookies who are having a very, very excellent season so far, it's a culmination of how you do individually, the points, how you impact team play, and at the end of the day, the clutch moment. Like that game now, we were just talking about, it was a 2 points game, and imagine Cooper pulls up at the last second and wins it. That definitely tilts, even if it's slightly, it does tilt the odds in his favor in terms of winning the individual award for the rookie of the season. So you need those kind of moments to go your way. It's not just playing well, you also have to make sure that you impact team play well enough that it becomes, so noticeable, and you are, should I say, almost a standout candidate. But right now you can definitely say that those two, and like we did say, VJ Edgecombe, throw him into the picture, and there will be standout candidates for the rookie of the season at the end of the year.
All right, go to record from the Forest ground as Nottingham Forest currently lead against Crystal Palace. Morgan Gibbs-White with a goal in the 5th minute, right there at City Ground. And after VAR review, it will not be a penalty for Manchester United, but they will take a free kick right at the edge of the box. Bruno Fernandes will be the one taking it. He could actually swing that one in for a cross, or maybe swing it into the post, whichever one he wants to take. But no penalty for Manchester United at the moment. It's right on the side of the box, and Bruno Fernandes whips it in, and it should be a goal. And Manchester United have gotten the lead right there at Old Trafford. Casemiro getting the goal for Manchester United. 1 goal up. I think I really expected that to be a goal. I expected that to be a goal, looking at where he was taking that from and the people right there in the box. It felt beautiful. Arsenal has that chance, and that's a penalty for them. It's a penalty for Arsenal.
It's a really good goal. I think the referee deemed the foul was done outside the box. The pull on the shirt was done outside.
Did you see Bruno Fernandes after he scored that goal? No. He said that was a no-brainer.
So, I mean, it's the confidence of that man, Fernandes, with his 11th Premier League assist of the season into the man who would be departing United at the end of the season, Casemiro, who towers above everyone else. I see Cuenca and Anderson in that picture, and he towers above both of them to head home. And it's United 1, Fulham 0, 20 minutes in at Old Trafford.
08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port 0701-933-996. And Manchester United will be looking to add to this lead and sit on a comfortable cushion before the match, or maybe moving before the end of the first half. She's talking basketball. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the man wants to leave the Milwaukee Bucks, but the Bucks have already said yes, he can leave. They are ready to trade him, but do they trade him now? The trade deadline is February 5th. Do they trade him now or wait till the summer to trade him? And trade for who? Which team actually needs him? Because you're looking at the suitors that we've heard of. We've heard of Golden State Warriors, we've heard of Miami Heat, we've heard New York Knicks, we've heard others like Minnesota, Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs too as well have also emerged as contenders to get the man into the team. For you, do Bucks trade Giannis now? And where do you see him going possibly?
I think it makes almost no difference to trade Giannis now. I do not think that Bucks season is salvageable. I definitely do not think it is, salvageable in terms of trying to make a playoff spot. A playing sport itself, it does not look ideal. They are having quite the season, quite the I don't know if I'll say horrible. Horrible is probably an understatement, but they are having a really bad season. And well, Bucks stand almost nothing to lose. I think the best or the quicker you get Giannis out of the establishment of the organization, the better for you. Giannis wants to leave. He has not maybe explicitly made that very clear, but there's been reports that he requested for a trade. Finally, I mean, after years and years of devotion for him, I do not want to list any outright team that would probably need Giannis. I mean, who does not need Giannis? A player like Giannis, a player of his category. The only thing that you have to think of is the fact that, who do I lose, or how many players do I get to lose? What are the quality, the attributes of the players that I get to lose by bringing Giannis into the team in terms of taking a couple of them for the trade and all of that. So, if you were to put all of those into consideration, and to pick them all out, then you'd see that either way, Bucks have almost nothing to lose. I think they should go on that kind of run where they begin to rebuild. It's like the Miami Heat, as soon as they lost Jimmy Butler, they began to rebuild. They are looking better this season than they did towards the end of last season. The Milwaukee Bucks have to almost follow that route and see how it turns out for them. It could all turn out, very, very well, where you get to play better without him, or find life without him a little bit, maybe not easier, but you start to rebuild, you start to recruit, and you work with the players that you have. That is definitely the option, because I think either way, either it's going to be now, either it's going to be in the off season, Giannis is going to leave Bucks. The reports, the rumors that have been spread around him, you have to acknowledge the fact that it's not a coincidence. There are definitely things that involve Giannis and him potentially or most likely leaving a Bucks. It could be now, like I said, or it could be at the end of the season, but it's up to Milwaukee at the end of the day. But like I said, I don't think it is a particular win-win situation for the Bucks if they were to let him go now and acquire a set of players. It's one thing, start your rebuild now or start it later. That's definitely the thing over here. Start your rebuild right now in this process, replacing the players you get from that trade, and obviously his salary cap too. It frees up space for you to put players on better salaries. When you free up your salary cap and then you begin to attract more interest, because people are looking at it like, maybe now Bucks will be able to afford that budget or whatever is needed. But they have to admit that that's time of when they were, very pretty dominant is not there again. It's a different ball game, and they are hardly being able to compete. So start your rebuild when you can. If we go down to the man Giannis himself and where he could possibly go to, I would say the credible sources that have come out for him would state Golden State as the leading, or should we say the front runners, because obviously we know the state of Golden State right now, and it's just what makes his whole scenario a very interesting one, because Golden State could potentially be the place to go. And if he goes there on time, who knows, maybe you could really stage something with them this season where you're able to put together. I don't know if Jimmy will be involved in that trade, but you can already guess that Jimmy would most likely be involved in if a trade deal is to happen between those two clubs. So there's still no writing off what Golden State can do if they were to go into the playoffs with a Giannis at hand, obviously with a Steph Curry. So it's up to them to go out and try and get the man before they go into that business end of the season. So it's not like it's impossible. It's not like it's unattainable. I think it's definitely doable. But right now, as it stands, the deals or the condition of that deal to pull off right now is definitely difficult, which is why I said it's a win, or it's not particularly a win-win situation for the teams that are involved in the bidding for Giannis Antetokounmpo at this time. So that is for Golden State. We've also seen credible reports for Lakers. We've seen credible reports for the, I was about to say the Boston Celtics, but I don't think, I think Milwaukee, 76ers, Boston, they are all mortal enemies, and they'll almost never trade players to each other. I was actually referring to the San Antonio Spurs. Some have even linked him to Oklahoma City Thunder, but I think that's a ridiculous shout. Obviously, you cannot have two egos.
Have him.
Yeah, him and Shai. No. Two very egoistical players in that team where both of them are going to want the spotlight. It's like one person always having to play second fiddle to the other. It's like the whole Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown situation repeated all over again, and it's not the kind of headlines that you'd want, where Shai has dropped 35, but Giannis has not yet dropped up to 35. He will not want to pass to Shai. It's always very funny when those situations actually do play out in actual life sense, in an organization. But who stands to benefit from this deal? As it stands currently, I think the Golden State, I would say they are best equipped to handle the entire package, Giannis package, and all that he comes with. So I would argue Golden State could be his preferred destination as it stands. But then there are also chances that, one or two changes might happen, or something evolves, and then the next thing Giannis is heading somewhere else. So there's not much to say when he regards Giannis. I think when he makes up his mind and he spots a team of certain interest, Giannis is definitely going to make that switch. So it's about when exactly Giannis makes that move. If not now, then later. But definitely, you can definitely tell that Giannis is not going to be a Milwaukee Bucks player for too long.
08109510951. That's for the full line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, call to 0701933996. Manchester United still leading Fulham right there at Old Trafford, 1-0 via a goal from Casemiro, assisted by Bruno Fernandes, once again making it his 11th assist of the season. And can Manchester United do back-to-back wins to make it 3 in a row? Yeah, that's to make it 3 in a row if they beat Fulham. They beat Arsenal, they beat City. So why not Fulham? And then I think they've got 2 other tough fixtures or doable fixtures that they should be able to get wins from. But first, win the game right in front of you, as I'll be getting ready for Alex Kabari to take over and tell you guys what's happening right there in the world of European football. 08109510951 for the SMS, and the WhatsApp port to 0701933996. Manchester United fans actually think they have the chance to win the Premier League. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, but it still surprises me that they do it. 08109510951 for the SMS, and the WhatsApp port to 0701933996.
latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
All right, a very, very good afternoon to you on this bright and sunny Sunday afternoon, and welcome to that segment of the show where we get to talk everything European football for the next 60 minutes. My name is Kabari Alexander, and this is, of course, still the marathon edition of today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM. Lots and lots of talking points on the menu today. And I have the guys in the studio with me, of course, Ovie Wallace and Henry Ogugwo, ready to do justice to all of them. And now our phone lines 0810-9510-951 and 0701-933-9962, which is our WhatsApp and doubles as our SMS. We will be thrown open in due course to get your thoughts, to get your reactions to every talking point when you would be ready to be brought into the fray of things. So with that, we ask that you sit back, you relax, and let's get this show on the way. Now we start things off in London, but somewhere not really in London, because they had to go all the way to Manchester to get all 3 points. Yes, we are talking about table toppers and champions-elect Arsenal. They delivered a commanding title reaffirming performance to thrash Leeds United 4-0 away from home, restoring their 7-point lead at the top of the Premier League table. Now, their emphatic response came after a recent blip of 3 league games where they dropped 7 points, easing pressure amid growing scrutiny and criticism. Well, Mikel Arteta's side, they showed courage, commitment and class to silence a raucous Elland Road crowd, physically matching Leeds' intensity before dominating with superior technique and control. Martin Zubimendi opened the scoring with a smart near-post header from Noni Madueke's excellent cross, and Carl Darlow, the Leeds goalkeeper, inadvertently headed into his own net from Madueke's dangerous corner, which had Arsenal threatening direct corner goals all game and all season. We know that is the story of Arsenal and set pieces. Well, Victor Gyökeres finally made it a goal in the Premier League in 6 games, first in 6, as he made it 3-0, stabbing home from Gabriel Martinelli's precise cross, and Gabriel Jesus came on off the bench to add late gloss to the scoreline with a composed finish into the corner following an Odegaard assist. Noni Madueke, Zubimendi, Odegaard and Victor Gyökeres, all very, very impressive in that 4-0 win. And Leeds United, despite their recent solid form, they've lost only once in 11 games. They've won 7 games in the month of January, which also saw Dominic Calvert-Lewin emerge as the Premier League player of the month for that month too, which goes to show how dominant they were. But Arsenal went away to Elland Road and put up a very, very dominant performance there. Of a dominant response to end a 3-game winless streak by the Gunners. Is this just what they needed?
I think this is what they needed, especially with everything that's happening. You're talking about back-to-back draws against Nottingham Forest, goalless, against Liverpool as well, goalless, and then a loss to Manchester United, 3-2. I think a win was really what they needed to get themselves back on track, especially with Manchester City and Aston Villa looking to close the gap. When they lost against Manchester United, both teams respectively won their matches, closing the gap to 4. They have a chance to do it when Manchester City will take on Fulham. Will take on Tottenham, and Aston Villa. I think they're currently playing Brentford, a much more tougher opposition, so they have a chance to close the gap. And you always want to win. That's the way you're going to get our title. You just keep on winning, keep on getting those 3 points, keep on pushing yourself ahead. Don't even want to know what's happening right behind. Don't know what's happening at the bottom of the table, people below you. Just look at what's ahead of you, in front of you, and try as much as possible to win your matches. And I think Arteta and the boys were able to pull out of yesterday, and they did it in an emphatic fashion, beating Leeds or trashing Leeds. Gyökeres getting on the score sheet, even though there was an own goal as well to Gabriel Jesus as well. Also dispatching Leeds in that way. I think it's a statement that they really want to win this title, and few more games to the end of the season. We're already in the business end of the season. This is going to show your grit. This is going to show your tenacity. This is going to show the maturity that people have been saying Arsenal don't have. This is when they need to show that yes, they have matured and they can actually win this title. They can actually seal it off, because teams are going to start chasing whatever position is left.
Yeah.
Most teams that are going to face, if it's a relegation battling team, they want to survive relegation. They're going to play like you're playing a top team in the Premier League.
Yeah.
You're playing a team that wants to fight for a top 4 spot, or wants to fight for an European spot. You go to play that team. You need to play that team like you're playing a top team in Europe. So I think that's the mindset that you need to go with every match. And Arteta, after the loss to Manchester United, went back to that match, looked at his mistakes and all, and worked on that. You have to look at Martin Zubimendi, who was one of the culprits in that match against Manchester United. Came out in the match against Leeds and was a standout performer, getting the first goal. You have to see for them against Leeds, and from then on the ball just kept rolling, and Arsenal were able to just follow their game plan, follow through their game plan, and everything turned out the way I'm sure Arteta envisioned it.
Well, there's been lots and lots of talks about Arsenal and their slip-ups in recent seasons, but they look to have this one on the back as Anderson picks up a yellow card. Manchester United still on the ascendancy 3 minutes into the half-time mark as Bruno Fernandes swings in yet another corner, this time sails away and is being cleared by Raul Jimenez for Fulham. It's still 1-0 there at Old Trafford. It's also 1-0 at the City Ground with Forest leading Palace, and the only game that is currently still goalless is at the Villa Park between Aston Villa and Brentford. And in the Spanish La Liga, Rayo Vallecano found an early equalizer into the second half to tie it at 1-1, and it is going into the final 10 minutes of play. So interesting developments there for the La Liga table. Real Betis is to come up against Valencia in 30 minutes time, while Getafe will be at home to Celta Vigo by 6:30. Athletic Club will round up the match day fixtures with a home fixture against Real Sociedad. Torino did defeat Lecce 1-0. Como are yet to score against 10 men Atalanta as they go into halftime. Inter will be away to Cremonese by 6, and Juventus will be away to Parma by 8:45 to round up the day. Stuttgart-Freiburg in the German Bundesliga is currently goalless, and that match is 15 minutes in. And the last game of the Bundesliga sees Dortmund take on bottom of the table Heidenheim, while in the French Ligue 1, Lyon are up by a goal going into halftime versus Lille. Angers met Nice and Stade Brestois. Toulouse à Auxerre will take up the goal rush fixtures by 5. While the last of the game is the Strasbourg versus PSG, where the hosts have never beaten PSG at home. So they'll be looking to turn their tide around. And there's also an incident to report in 2 matches, as Rayo Vallecano are now down to 10 and Brentford are also down to 10. So huge opportunity for Villa to pick up those 3 points there right before City goes head to head with Tottenham, a boogie team. We know very well what Tottenham does to Manchester City. But yes, we're still looking Arsenal. We're talking about Arsenal here. They are looking like title elects. Arsenal are looking like title elects already. But at what point do you declare the Gunners as the hands down favourites and the most likely winners of their most sought after title in recent years? We all know the title that they want to win the most based on performances. I'm not saying you don't see them that way, but no, have their performances warranted such? And if they have not, when do you begin to consider them as the hands down or odds on favourites to win this title? Or is this something that you only admit after they have their hands on that trophy itself, Ovie?
I think it's until they have their hands on that trophy. It's Arsenal. At this point, yes, everyone is still looking at it's Arsenal. They've done it back to back. Can they really clean the title? 7 points is not really a big gap. It's not really a big gap. Can they sustain themselves? People are really talking about their play style. Can their play style sustainable? For me, as long as you're getting the 3 points, I'll forget what you've played throughout that day. As long as I see the results, 3 points, lead extended, good or no. We go to the next game, play what you want to play, we get that 3 points, that's fine and all until the end of the season. Or you hope that City and Aston keep dropping points, and then maybe three or 4 games at the end of the season, it's already mathematically declared that you're the champions. Maybe if you just win one game or draw one more game, it's already declared that you're the champion. So I think that's what you're looking at. But for now, I think it's until Arsenal are able to hold that title, lay their hands on that title. I think for now they are just one of the contenders.
So you would agree that with that saying that says the first one is always the most difficult one?
Yeah, so you say that you say that the first one is always the most difficult one, but that is if they are good.
Okay, if they do get the first one. But there's always a feeling around that Arsenal side that if they get their hands on one Premier League title, they'll go on to get a couple more.
That's the same thing that England always take. Anytime they win, they're always like, yes, this is the competition that we're going to get. We go. You have to look at the Euros last one. They were in the semi-final as well, the World Cup as well. They always think every time is always a tournament. Every team goes into a tournament thinking, especially if you're a big guy in tournament, you go into the tournament thinking you're favourite. City, Arsenal going into tournaments, going as the favourites, and I think for Arsenal, they've just been able to sustain that title for a favourite. But being the favourite does not mean you're going to be the person that's going to win it at the end of the day. If they do win it in the first one, I think then maybe you can say it would have been a tough one for them. It would have been a tough one for them. But then again, last 2 seasons as well, you could have also said it when they were atop the table and they just couldn't convert and finish things off. But hopefully for Arsenal fans and for Arsenal, it turns out with them lifting the silverware.
Okay. Henry, I would come to you on that one to see if you share the same sentiments. But Dave, there's a lot to report on, as we did mention that Brentford have gone down to 10 man due to a violent conduct by Kevin Schade. But that same Brentford are 1 goal up going into halftime against Villa. So things may not always look on paper as it does on the pitch. Forest, who were also comfortably leading by a goal, are now down to 10, and Palace has also equalized there at the City ground, and Ismail Assar penalty after a Nico Williams handball off the line as he's recorded off the pitch. Real Madrid is still 1 goal all, but Rayo Vallecano's red card, which was being checked, stood, which means they are still down to 10 men. So very, very interesting scenarios there, both in the Premier League and in the Spanish La Liga. Well, Henry, I'm still going to come to you on that one. Do you think Arsenal are suffering a case of get your hands on that title first, and at the minute they do, they have that kind of team that could dominate the Premier League. We saw what Pep Guardiola did, where he had to shuffle with his team, finished third in his first season, dropped the title to Chelsea in his debut season, and then the minute he got his players in, went on to win 6 and 7 years. Is that even slightly the case for Mikel Arteta and his Premier League chasing title gunners?
Winning the league in 7 years.
Six and 7.
Arteta has been here for how long?
Since
December 2019.
Yeah.
December 2019. Officially started January 2020 that season. So January 2020. Now it's he has gradually had the chance to bring in his own players, but now we're not going to see that level of success from Mikel Arteta and Arsenal. No due respect. I think things will be a bit better or different next season. Man City will sit up more, whether it's Pep or not. Liverpool will come back a different proposition next season. It's not going to stay like this forever, and you don't know where you see United or Chelsea next season.
Yeah.
Also at the end of the day, and you just feel Chelsea always being around there, but you just feel because of the lack of senior heads or experienced heads in that squad, that might be the thing that could actually cost Chelsea at the end of the day. Yeah. But these sides will always be in and around there, and that's the problem. Will Arsenal be able to dominate that way? And it's not like they are better than everybody, but it's not like, remember how swashbuckling Man City were, like how good Man City were. It's not just that they had quality, they were heads and shoulders above everybody else, You can't actually say Arsenal are really, really, really heads and shoulders above everybody. Some are saying it would have been easy, or it would have been much more difficult for Arsenal if Liverpool and City were much more stable, like we've known them to be over the years.
Yeah.
And in a way, you sort of buy it, or buy into it's a fair thing to actually say, but that is, it's nobody's fault. It's not Arsenal's fault that both teams are not really good and are off this season. So kudos to Arsenal and their luck to Arsenal. And you also have to maintain some level of consistency to actually be at the top of the table. But I think, will he be dominant like that? No, it's not going to happen. He's a good coach. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think there are enough factors. I just don't think they're enough to actually, because I always talk about this thing that, Arsenal probably wins the league with the way they are playing this season. But next season, it's not sustainable to do what they are doing this season next season. You can't go into next season and expect him to be, what about if you're so unlucky next season, set pieces don't just work for you? So you really need to know how to create chances from open play. He can actually get that. It's the same players. They play around with each other. They play with each other. But, what if the set pieces don't click next season? What if they just don't click next season? So I think one of the hallmarks of a great team, or a team that you know that is bound to be there for years, is how they play and how they create from open play. Klopp's Liverpool were able to push Man City throughout his 9 years in charge because of... You knew Liverpool were always going to play. As much as they were good with set pieces, they knew how to utilize the long balls. They knew how to create chances through Robertson and Arnold, Salah, Mane, Firmino. Like, they knew what they were doing. From open play, Liverpool would tear you open. They would dissect you.
Yeah.
We're not really seeing that from Arsenal, although we did see that from Arsenal in the past. But it's just like Arteta over the last 2 seasons tried to prioritize defensive solidity over attacking prowess. And in some way he has sort of lost the balance and plot.
But it has worked.
In a way it has.
In terms of their dominance in you're talking of the Champions League, 8 out of 8, unbeaten at the Emirates for most of this season.
They lost to United, right?
No, I meant for most of this season. They were not just unbeaten, they were winning almost every game
at the Emirates, but they finally lost to United. But truth be told, like, it's not I don't think with what they are doing it will work to go and win the Champions League. I don't know if I could be wrong, but don't get me wrong, because we've seen Diego Simeone and his athletic side, especially the athletic side of 2014.
Yeah.
2014, how they would defend and just literally unleash Turan, Villa, and Diogo Costa on you, Raul Garcia, the former Bilbao man, also on you. So we've seen things like that happen. But let's not forget, as much as they defended very well, when they were hitting on the break, they were very fluid.
Yeah.
The closest thing to fluidity I've seen in this Arsenal side is what I saw yesterday throughout this season. Arsenal has not been fluid enough up front for me. Can he get it right next season? Definitely he can. He will, if he wants to. But I think he has to find a way to strike the balance. You can still be good defensively whilst you... over the years, Liverpool and Man City were good defensively, but were still outscoring other teams. They knew how to just find that balance, whether with the high line or press or with the whatever. They knew how to get that balance. So I think that's one thing Arteta needs to have to actually make this his side or enable him to dominate. Does he have the squad or two to actually dominate? He does. But another thing is that then City had only one rival. That was Liverpool. That could go toe-to-toe with them. Now Arsenal has potentially two rivals when they're up and doing, City and Liverpool. So it makes the dynamics all much more complicated, and there's still Chelsea in the mix. Chelsea is still very much in the mix.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I want to say, I don't want to put United definitely there in the mix.
You want to watch them for some time?
I want to watch them for some time, even into next season. So
that's fair.
Even into next season. You still want to put troublesome clubs that weren't as troublesome as they were then in the mix. The likes of Newcastle, Villa. Yeah, you put these clubs in and around there. So it makes the competition a little bit more difficult, a little bit more complicated. Will they dominate? No. Can they dominate? Yes.
Okay, well, it's halftime over there at Old Trafford. We are currently reviewing the Kevin Schade incident, for which he was sent off Brentford down by 10. But Dango Ouattara did give them the lead just right before halftime. So Aston Villa and their title chasing credentials and hopes may have taken a hit there. It's halftime also at the City ground, where we did tell you that Forest are down by 10 and are also been equalized, while we can tell you at Real Madrid over there in Madrid that it is 9 minutes added on, of which 3 are already being played, and Madrid are currently 1 goal each against the 10-man Rayo Vallecano. So what do you make of Arsenal's commanding 4-0 dispatching of Leeds United at Elland Road? And we spoke about Leeds, and we know very well what Leeds have been doing at Elland Road, unbeaten there in the last 5-6 games. But Arsenal went there and made it look very easy. Is this sustainable? And if they get their hands on one, do you think they go on to get a couple more? The phone lines will be open very shortly, right as we travel over to Anfield to discuss Liverpool. Yes, Liverpool were victorious over Newcastle United, where they secured their first Premier League win of 2026, ending a 5-game winless streak in the league. Now, on a slot side, overturned an early deficit in a dominant comeback, rising to 5th in the table, while Newcastle remained in 10th, 6 points behind Liverpool amid ongoing struggles and drop points, and yet no clean sheets. Now, Newcastle took a lead in the 36 minutes through Anthony Gordon, who finished expected after a move involving Joe Willock and Harvey Barnes, but Liverpool responded swiftly with Hugo Ekitike equalizing in 41st minute with a clinical near-post finish assisted by Florian Wirtz, then scored again in the 43rd minute, barely a minute later, after a powerful pace-driven strike from Milos Kerke's long pass. Some people say he was evoking Fernando Torres' prime. Florian Wirtz also made it 3-1 in the 67th minute with a precise low finish from a Mohamed Salah's assist, and Ibu Konate had time to seal the win in stoppage time to bundle home from a corner amid emotional scenes. Standout performances from Hugo Ekitike. We saw Florian Wirtz, Anthony Gordon, who was debuted in a number 9 role for the first time this season, and they were able to overcome. So yeah, much needed win for Liverpool there, Henry, and their winless run is in the league is now ended. Yeah. Just before they were also cut short at the away to Bournemouth, where they lost 3-2. They were on a 13-game unbeaten run, but most Liverpool fans were not impressed with that 13-game unbeaten. He was definitely made up of draws and whatnot. But is this that statement win that they needed to impose themselves? Because we saw them play at a different level, and not to any team, to Newcastle. We saw them play at a different level yesterday at Anfield. Is that the win they need to sort of impose themselves for the remainder of the season?
Newcastle have been pulled away from home. I think only one victory in the Premier League away from home all season long, and that's against Everton. But I think it was actually good. We all know how Eddie Howe's side relishes to play the bigger sides. They make it very difficult and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
They know how to do that man-to-man, high-level pressing against the big sides, and they make it so uncomfortable for the big sides to actually get to play against them. But we saw Liverpool actually stand up to the challenge yesterday, and especially after going a goal down, I just felt, oh, here we go again. It's
about to be a roller coaster.
Yes, it's about to happen all over again. Yeah. But I mean, somehow they turned the tide around, especially super performance from Wirtz and Ekitike. I mean, both men are now striking up that chord and understanding and relationship, and I just feel if Liverpool can build on that, they have two superstars for the future. Definitely, those two click, and you feel everything is going to go into gear for Liverpool. And honestly, they've both started clicking already. Wirtz looks like he has finally settled in and he has finally clicked, but there are still aspects. Maybe he needs to shoot more in certain moments when the space opens up to shoot, instead of actually trying to pass or wanting to force the pass. So, but for Liverpool, I just think you start wondering, where is this Liverpool? Where has this Liverpool been all season?
Yeah.
Where is the performance? First 27-30 minutes, Newcastle were all over them.
Yeah.
But they weathered that storm, equalized before halftime, and in the second half it was total dominance. It was literally total dominance. And I think one thing that helped them was the quick.
I think Real Madrid have a penalty.
And the Rayo Vallecano players are
surrounding. Are not having it. They are not having it.
I mean, Mbappe missed an open post. He missed an open net.
Wow.
Yeah, he missed an open net. But let's see.
Is that a penalty?
Let's see.
I think he takes a touch. No, that's a penalty. That's a penalty.
That is.
He swipes out without getting the ball.
No. Oh, that's it. It's soft.
It's soft. But definitely soft. But the fact that he misses contact with the ball,
and he still touches.
He catches Brahim.
No, I think that's a penalty. Yeah. It's soft, but
the rules are the rules.
Yeah, the rules are the rules. Yeah. I mean, no matter how much they go to VAR, I don't think it's going to change anything. I don't think it's going to change anything. But let's see if Kylian Mbappe, actually, that's if he's on the pitch, right? Still on the pitch, will actually be able to dispatch. He is. Will actually be able to dispatch this one, or is he Rodrigo that is actually taking this penalty? So let's see. Can Madrid win this one? VAR actually checking, and
it looks like they've been given a way out from what would have been a very difficult.
I think they shouldn't have even been in this situation. I was seeing the chances they were missing, and Madrid has no business. Even if Vallecano scored, at least they should have been 2 or 3-1 up. Madrid had no business being in this position at this point in time in this game. But I mean, there's still a chance they could actually miss it. It's Kylian Mbappe definitely that will actually step up to take this penalty. Rodrigo just serving as the forerunner for
to take distractions off,
and also protect the penalty spot from any damage or mutilation. So let's see if Kylian Mbappe can actually dispatch this one and give Real Madrid all 3 points here at the Santiago Bernabeu. Yes, the Madrid derby. This is actually a Madrid derby for those who do not know. Real Madrid versus Rayo Vallecano. Vallecano is located in Vallecas, a poor neighborhood in Madrid. And Mbappe steps up and he dispatches it. And Real Madrid are 2-1 up, and with just about 2 minutes or a minute or thereabouts on the clock, that could just or will be enough to see them through and give them all 3 points against the 10-man Vallecano, against 10-man Vallecano. So I'm going back to Liverpool. I think you ask yourself, how has this performance been all season long? It's just a semblance of what we've been seeing from them in the Champions League. Barring the PSV and Galatasaray game, they've actually been convincing in the Champions League. Yeah. And that's what they were yesterday against Newcastle. But it's almost still like a semblance of Aston Villa. Remember how it was, that 2-0 victory? Aston Villa started like a house on fire. Should have actually taken the lead several times, if not for Alisson and the woodwork. Yeah. Then Liverpool scored and they grew into the game, and the rest was history. So that's what just that game felt like, just that Newcastle scored this time. But I think one thing I think I'll have to praise them for is the fact that they were able to take most of their chances yesterday. Yeah. It's one problem they've had. They've been creating, but they've not been dispatching. Taking them, yeah. They've not been dispatching, but they were able to take most of that yesterday. Hugo Ekitike on fire. Florian Wirtz with another goal, with a goal. So I think that's a positive you can take, or Liverpool fans can take from it. But at the end of the day, I would just say temper expectations still, because I mean, with this Liverpool this season, we don't know what to get or what to expect when they come onto the pitch, and that's the simple truth.
So good enough for the game yesterday in terms of performances, obviously, but it's not sustainable for the rest of the season. I mean, you're going into a crucial part of the season. It looks like Liverpool are out.
The squad is light.
They look like they're out in terms of Premier League or actually chasing.
No, they're out of the title race. It's about top four. It's about the top four.
But there's still the UCL,
Champions League. No, definitely they can go. See, when talking about priority for winning a trophy, they will be looking at the UEFA Champions League. Yeah, they'll definitely be looking at UEFA Champions League. I mean, Alexis McAllister came out to say that the Premier League is definitely, or probably looks out of it, but we're still in the FA Cup and we're still in the UEFA Champions League. They know that to paper the cracks, to sort of cover the cracks, yeah, they need to win something. Can they go on to win the UCL? They have the quality to do that. Yeah. Will they do it? I don't know. That's another thing. So they know that they are condemned to try and win one of those two trophies, or if possible, the two of them. For the league, it's just do it gradually. Definitely, United and Chelsea will drop points also. Yeah. Can this be an upturn for you for the rest of the season, that you can actually see out the remaining? There are about 13 or 12 games left. That you 14 games. Yeah. That you could probably win 10 of those 14 or 11 of those 14 games. And if you finish strong, finish strong and actually end up in top 4 places. And it looks like there's another red card in the game, and to another Rayo Vallecano player. Yeah. Okay, so it's descended into chaos over there at the Santiago Bernabeu in the game between Real Madrid and Rayo Vallecano. Can they do it? Yes. I do feel the initial euphoria around Carrick with Manchester United would wear off eventually. It could wear off at a very crucial time when United will need it. This is January. We just started February. January, February, March, April, May. Probably by the end of March or by mid-March. But we could see a situation where it wears off.
They've been given a boost by English teams potentially securing that 5th spot in the Champions League. So now they know they don't have to aim top 4 again. They could aim top 5.
But they see Chelsea and Liverpool chasing for the top 5.
So we are talking Arsenal, City, Villa.
I think Arsenal, City, Villa will qualify for the Champions League.
So those are your top 3.
Yeah. And somehow, one way or the other, I think Liverpool will end up in the top 5. So it now boils down to Chelsea and United. And honestly, if I'm to put my money, I'll put my money on Chelsea. I'll put my money on Chelsea over United. Don't get me wrong.
But Chelsea have a new manager too.
I know, but at least there's a bit more stability in around that squad than what you have in United. That's the truth. And United squad is actually quite light. Yeah. One injury. Imagine a situation now they have to deal with. Okay, let's see. They have to deal with a situation like what okay, let's say Liverpool is dealing with now. Imagine Harry Maguire and Luke Shaw go out injured. Patrick Dog is already out. Then let's throw this one in. Mbuemo or Cunha get injured. Can they cope? And we're entering an intense period.
Yeah.
Luckily, they are not in Europe, so it helps. You have 7 days rest. But what if it happens? So I'm just looking at it. I'm like, I don't think so. I think they will fall off. They will just finish about 6th.
Okay, well, we were still looking at Liverpool, and there were lots and lots of impressive performances there to note with Ekitike with a brace. Florian Wirtz, who is actually our next talking point, with a goal and assist as they're back from halftime at Old Trafford. Harry Wilson has currently just won a free kick right at the edge of the area. That was a foul by Luke Shaw. It's still 1-0 there at Old Trafford. And Real Madrid's match has finished with that Mbappe's last minute penalty and an additional red card for Rayo Vallecano to finish Real Madrid 2 and Rayo Vallecano 1. The rest of the Premier League fixtures have returned from halftime. We are still with Liverpool, and we did say Florian Wirtz had a goal and an assist yesterday, looking really good. I think he
was also man of the match yesterday,
and also the man of the match yesterday. So Florian Wirtz scored also in that 6-0 win against Karabakh in the midweek too, where he also played impressively. But I mean, people will say that was Karabakh, but he has shown signs of life, and that's precisely where we were headed with Florian Wirtz and his recent form. Since he got his first goal for Liverpool, he has not stopped with the goal contributions. What reasons would you cite, Henry, as to why he took some time to settle to life at Liverpool?
Definitely adapting to the pace of the English Premier League. In Germany, he has more time on the ball.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the simple truth. In Germany, he has more time on the ball. He can settle on the ball. He can make better decisions on the ball. He has time to make decisions. In England, you don't have that. And you also have to look at the physicality, coping with the physicality in the English Premier League. That's another factor that you have to look at. It's not easy for a lot of players to actually adapt to the physicality of the English Premier League. Yeah. But the man was doing a lot of work in the gym, and we're seeing it now physically. He's coping. He's actually holding his own. Remember how it was? He holds the ball. He's so slow to react and turn. Then he's bullied off it so easily, and he's not reacting fast enough. But I think now he is actually acclimatized and is attuned to it. We see him move or glide past players like we know Florian Wirtz actually be, or what. That's what he does, and he's able to. He looks stronger on the ball this period. So I think that has to be the major. Or those have to be the major things that have actually helped him. He's actually adapted to the pace of the league, and he has added, or he did a lot of gym work to actually add some muscle mass to help him cope with the physicality of the league. He's adapted to the tempo, and yeah, he's doing well now. It was I knew there would be a period of adaptation. I just knew, because it's a man I watch regularly in Leverkusen, potentially a Ballon d'Or player.
Yeah. The flow you watched at Leverkusen
has the potential to be a Ballon d'Or winner, particularly
during their unbeaten title season.
And even before that, he was already showing huge potential and huge ability, and also bringing up numbers again. Just that the numbers now went haywire over those last 2-3 seasons in Leverkusen. So I think he has it. So it was just about the acclimatization period for the man in Liverpool, and he's entered it and he's done it. And trust me, he will end this in the last, is it 6 or 8 Premier League games? No Premier League player has more goal involvements than he does. Yeah. And the man keeps on scoring or assisting, and he's doing well this second season. Trust me, by next season we'll see a total. It will be monstrous. It will be very monstrous. That's what it will look like or be like for Florian Wirtz next season. Like, the league will be looking at Wirtz, and you know how the mention of Kevin De Bruyne's name will strike fear
in the
hearts of the opponents. That's what it will be with Florian Wirtz. He has that quality, and he has it in him.
So, undoubtedly, he definitely has that quality.
Undoubtedly, he has it.
It was always a matter of time.
Simple.
And you think now he has adapted to the Premier League, obviously, and he has begun to, the goal contribution has begun to pour in. He can begin to operate on that level that was expected of him for that price tag.
I think he can, and I think he will. I'm looking at a player that next season will give double figures in goal and assists each, just in the Premier League.
Very, very, very credible. Well, we have a goal to report at Villa Park where debutant Tammy Abraham has gotten Aston Villa level. If you remember him, the Chelsea fans, Tammy Abraham was signed from Besiktas with on a loan with an option to buy a deal, and has just pulled Aston Villa level with some good 35 minutes plus to play.
I'm asking, why can't Tony Watkins get a starting shirt this season? But he has about 7 or 8 Premier League goals. Why can't he get a starting shirt?
Conflicting fortunes, and that has to be the main reason why Tuchel is not really considering him as Harry Kane's backup. He's thinking even Calvert-Lewin.
Funny enough, the two highest scoring English players are Calvert-Lewin and Danny Welbeck. They haven't talked Welbeck could be actually brought back into the national team after years of being out. And Manchester United have made it 2-0 Mateus Cunha, and he does his cheeky leg celebration. And, so it's 2-0 Manchester United. A good one for the Red Devils, and it looks like they're on their way to 3 points against Fulham over there in the English Premier League. It looks like the goal has been chalked off.
I think the goal has been chalked off.
Abraham's goal has actually, it looks like it has actually been chalked off. So it's still 1-0 in favour of Brentford. But you think it's just a matter of time before
they get that equalizer.
So, but like I said, like Lewin and Welbeck are the next highest scoring English strikers. Then the next person is actually Watkins. But I mean, if he doesn't want to look at Watkins as the next option, I mean, what are the other options? These 3 I just called: Ivan Toney in Alakli, Tammy Abraham. Is there any other option? There's no other option. So I still think Watkins will be on the plane to Ingogo. He will go.
So definitely, but is he going to be at least that person they'll call on when Harry Kane? Or let's say games where Harry Kane is not needed.
You don't even need to factor in that, because Harry Kane will play every game. Unless England has won the first 2 games before the final group game, somebody else will get to play. But Harry Kane will literally, even in that scenario, Harry Kane might still start and still play, and the other person comes off the bench. So I don't think there's much. I think the major thing is just be on the plane to the World Cup. When we go to the World Cup, any team we see, we take. But I think Calvert-Lewin, I think if it were me, you have a good shout to be one of the 3 strikers. We have between him and Welbeck, I think we'll have a good shot to be the 3rd striker. I would have gone for Welbeck, but I'll go for Calvert-Lewin just because of the age factor.
Okay. So it's 2-0 in favour of Manchester United at Old Trafford, and Aston Villa's goal by Tammy Abraham was just disallowed. It's time to open the phone lines to let you into our conversations and every talking point we've had this afternoon so far. But just before then, I'm curious, Ovi, what do you think? Like Henry did say, it was just a matter of time for Florian Wirtz to adapt. But can you cite any possible reasons as to why it took Wirtz that long to adapt or to finally get a goal involvement? I mean, 18 Premier League games, not a single goal involvement.
You could also say it could be the formation, the pressure, and everything with the Premier League and all. Especially coming in as a midfielder, I think it's very different when you're a striker. You just need to put the ball in the back of the net. But when you're creating, you need to find those spaces. You need to be able to find your man. And he actually did well a few times, but people were just looking at they needed to see those goals, they needed to see those assists, but it was not like he wasn't involved in those games. He was involved, but that outstanding game, that was what everyone was waiting for. But for me, I think he kind of did okay. He kind of did okay. Of course, it's going to take you time to adapt. Everyone has their own different time to adapt, and he's getting used to the speed, getting used to the intensity of the Premier League, and next season he's going to grow more into it. And what kind of threat he's going to become next season, we'll wait to find out.
Okay, well, we have this message. Lucas texting from Mile 3 asking what Liverpool played yesterday. Well, Lucas, Liverpool defeated Newcastle United by 4-1. They went down a goal to Anthony Gordon strike in the first half, but they still went on to win the first half with quick fire goals from Hugo Ekitike, followed by a goal by Wirtz and Konate to seal off that 4-1 win. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The phone lines are open to get your thoughts and reactions. Ernest from Woji is asking, why did VAR remove Villa's goal? It looks like FIFA bought this VAR stuff from my village. Ernest from Woji, thank you so much for that one. We have a caller on the line. Well, hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Good evening. Kabilo Barry, welcome to the show. Yeah, let's get your contribution.
About Liverpool.
Yeah.
I think Canada say Liverpool don't come back. Liverpool never come back.
You were not impressed?
Impressed. Where I not the time around. Person we play 13 match on people. Into that 13 match like one not 90. Now that's so fun. So I'm not fit and fun. No. I don't feel put my hope on that man. But I will just say that yesterday when I thought we are not know Liverpool will bring for this match. Yes, this is not Liverpool day. When you go say they will do something, they will fall your hands. When you know you won't expect, at that time I understand that.
But Kabilo Barry, at least top 5 now. Top 5 at least.
If he five, make him go and then allow him go once he finish. You know, if you win league last season, this season you go they fight for top 5 or top 4. You know, it's out of line for Liverpool. Not make him just try.
Okay.
Come on. Then for Arsenal,
yeah,
we not say that much. We had to pay easy for people. Maybe they back belly. Me, I know like that thing. I want to. But yeah, we not say that much quickly. Now Madrid because it go easy for Arsenal to win. And I told the match today. Then for Man City match today, I know say Man City, you know, if you win that match. On one league, me, I know they are with La Liga. You see that La Liga now where they play. I know they play football. That is why only Barcelona and Madrid they do like
dominating there. Yeah.
Because I watched Barcelona match last night. That match, nothing concerned Barcelona to win that match with Edge. But Edge just they play everything. I don't know. It's just they like say the way they never throw ball before. End of the day, Barcelona go win.
All right. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for that one, dear Kabilo Barry. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome to the show. All right, you're welcome to the show. Let's hear your thoughts.
When I watch games like this, what kind of robbery is this? 9 minutes for what exactly? So 9 minutes, I was so surprised. 9 minutes for what exactly? The match that was played 1-1. The injury to Bellingham, I counted the time. That was exactly 3 minutes. What kind of robbery is this? And that's why when they say this club is corrupt and let them, you see people come out. They don't come out. I mean, you're playing someone, and someone is having 90. For what exactly? So, I just thank God this happened. And if you go on X, you see people talking and calling Madrid a corrupt club. That is the truth. I'm not just them, like as the referee association. But like I thank God this happened. Because I know Madrid is going to be good in the Champions League. And like, if they decide to better, they're going to try.
Well, so you do think the time added on was not warranted. But what about that penalty incident? Hello? Looks like a drop call situation there. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Your name and where you're calling from?
Ernest from Manila.
All right, Ernest. Let's hear your contribution.
Let me talk about Florence Wiz. I mean, since the guy started playing at Liverpool, I've seen flashes of brilliant from him.
Yeah.
I told them that this guy, that this modern football now is judged based on numbers. But if you're talking about a guy that plays big football, you could see that in him.
Yeah.
I thank God that he is beginning to prove that that's wrong, that he can do it, and he's doing it already. So I'm happy for him. Let him keep it up. Because one thing about it is, if you don't follow the trend of things, it tends to be as if you don't know what is on ground.
Yep.
So I'm happy for him for doing that. Second, let me talk about Madrid.
Yeah.
But they always win match. No. I don't know what Spain are doing.
Yeah.
This team is making their football.
Hello?
Their football boring and tiring. And especially it must be Madrid. I can tell that happened that they hit penalty against Real Madrid. If it was against Madrid, they will not even check it. They will not check it. So this is look at this. Before that, La Liga was ahead above Premier League, but now I don't think he can even measure the two, because Premier League has gone way ahead of them. Like they can't even compete. Okay, look at Champions League. Out of the 18 that qualified automatically, 5 came from Premier League, only 1 from La Liga. But before it was not so. Because of one president that just came here, I said to be a fan of a particular club. He wanted to be according to if you're a particular
how it is, yeah.
That's not the way things are done.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in fact, put a law or what that will favor every team that is playing under that league. Oh, come on.
Okay. Thank you very much for that one there. Hello, Kola. Good evening.
Yeah, I called back.
It was a drop. Yeah, it was a drop call situation. Yeah, I was asking about the penalty situation.
So that didn't even take much time. At least a max 3 minutes.
Okay.
Even this match had no business in 9 minutes. It having 9 minutes extra. And what I'm saying is, it's not even the first time this has happened. You see a match where there was no VAR incident, and at the end of 90 minutes, you see the referee had 7 minutes. For Madrid, I've noticed this event happening.
Yeah.
7 minutes for. I've watched 1, 2, 3 compatible matches this happen. And that is why the league keeps being a joke in Europe. Right now, whether I like it or not, La Liga is a joke. All over the world. That's why these fans now, they are not coming proud. And this is what is making this league a joke. 9 minutes for what? And you give them a sub. That was not even a penalty in my books.
Yeah.
So let them keep on robbing. But this season they are going to go trophy because they are not playing anything. Rayo had 4 shots on target. Madrid had 6 shots on target. It was a close match.
Yeah.
So that's my take.
All right. Thank you very much for that one. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, Kablo Barry, call back.
Okay, Kablo Barry. Go on with your thoughts.
Anytime people they complain Madrid, then they favor Madrid. What about Barcelona? Because I'm not saying that Barcelona fans now then they make it call. Like football. The second half match, the 5 minutes. What happened to that second half match where they took 5 minutes for like for Spain? The league is day for shambles because you all those small things, they don't fit get money to buy players to challenge Barcelona and Real Madrid. So if Barcelona fans they complain, say then they help Madrid. Maybe they still talk about they also say then they help it. Like match, I think like 2-3 minutes for go the way of edging. Referee leave them. But when it comes to Madrid, Barcelona with referee will blue. See, all the fans with the next one with them, they get coherently.
Okay. Kablo Barry, thank you very much for that one. Well, the lineups have dropped for that Tottenham versus Manchester City one. By the way, Fulham did manage to claw a goal back, but it was chopped off before an offside. Tottenham lineup in a 4-3-3 formation. Vicario in between the sticks. Archie Gray, Romero, Drabshin and Udoge make up the back four. Conor Gallagher, Jalpalinia and Yves Bissouma make up the middle three, while Randall Kolumuani, Dominic Solanke and Javi Simon make up the front three. Manchester City lineup in a 4-1-4-1 attacking formation. Donnarumma, of course, retains his position between the sticks. Nico O'Reilly, McGahey, Kushinov and Mateus Nunez make up the back four there. Rodri in the middle position. Ryan at Nori, Bernardo Silva, Ryan Cherky and Antoine Semenyo alongside Erling Haaland make up the four. Would we say five up front? So, yeah. The Tottenham versus Manchester City set to kick off in an hour's time as we have the Villa game on our screens, which is still a goal in favor of Brentford after Tammy Abraham's equalizer was chalked off. But Brentford are still down to 10 and under immense pressure. Let's see if we can take one more call before we switch things over to discuss local football. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, this is Richie from Dhaka.
Okay. Richie, welcome to the show. Your condition.
Yeah, I'll quickly talk about Tottenham Manchester this Madrid match. Well, so far now, Kylian Mbappe has had 12 penalties in La Liga. Now, in this 21st century, no player has had 12 penalties in La Liga this year. The last player that did it, which is the only player, was Cristiano Ronaldo, Madrid player. The whole of Europe should come together against club. This club is wrong. Even check your Champions League record.
Yeah.
There is no club in the history of the Champions League that has more penalty calls than Madrid.
Yeah.
I want to say things are going wrong at this club. There's nobody talking about it. Just from 15. Have you asked yourself how did this club win 16 Champions League? But that's by the way, Sha. On the Tottenham match, I see Man City winning. No doubt about that.
Okay. Thank you very much for that one. Would this be our last caller before Sontu comes in to take over for everything in Nigerian and local sports? Hello, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Sorry, this is Ernest. I call back.
Okay.
I was saying before my call drop. Like I was saying, somebody just called and said it's Barcelona fans are complaining. And thank God it's very obvious that in every of the cities, Madrid must have the highest penalty call. I mean, they are playing nothing. They are playing as in their football is totally as in not playing nothing. It's just a kind of La Liga trying to favor them and UEFA because they create a title race, more popularity to the competition or whatever. But it's making La Liga. When you're doing something, consider the effect of that thing you are doing on your league. Yeah. If you should consider that there are some, even though you do it, but at least you have it should be limited to a certain level. Yeah. Not going to be obvious to the way that even the blind can see. That's what this man get into. To the extent that imagine we are just maybe let me just say about 22 games into the district. Someone has up to 12 penalty calls that they are scored. What about the one he has missed? He can touch about 15. Just one team. And how many times have got a penalty this season or last season? Whenever they don't have it, they don't get penalty. You find out that a film must just do one thing. I could remember their match last against Barcelona. It was an obvious penalty that touched Chouamini's hand. Yeah. Maybe thinking that would make Barcelona to win. No matter how they do it, no matter how they oppress Barcelona, whenever Barcelona is dead, they will suffer. And Barcelona have been becoming dominant over them. So that's also one thing. It goes in other teams, but when it goes to Barcelona, it doesn't often work. And it does not work because they don't understood that as we are going into this match, first of all, they will take a fee. Secondly, they are going to come with one robbery or the other. So they become very careful to take it. Now, the other day, when they see that they couldn't get their favorite night and all that, they tend to lose hopefully. So what am I saying is La Liga should do something about the league so that even though it will not be equal to every but at least it's not close, it's going to be a close margin. Yeah. Not this kind of level that England has dominated every European football. Champions League, Europa League, Conference League. Look at the Liga that is stored in La Liga. Ended up the last position in Champions League. What about Bilbao? Madrid didn't even qualify for this they qualify for playoff. Is that not embarrassment to the league? Yeah. So please, that's my take on that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for that one. I think that's as much as we can take before Sonto comes in to make that switch. But I will be giving you the scorelines of what's currently going on in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Where Katsina United and Abia Warriors are currently deadlocked at a goalless draw, and that match is at halftime. Enugu Rangers just to the lead versus Kanu Pillars 1-0. Enyimba and Bayelsa United with 15 minutes to go in the first half are still goalless, while Niger Tornadoes are losing at home to Bendel Insurance by 1-0. And the last match to report from the Nigeria Premier Football League is a Wiki Tourist at home to Nasarawa United. It's 10 minutes to halftime and it is still goalless. Now, Ovie, we do know that Rivers United Champions League home game scheduled to kick off in about the next 24 minutes or so. Home fixture at the Uyo International Stadium against Power Dynamos. Okay. How do you see that one playing out?
I think you right here. I think it's for Nigeria to just get to win. Look at the last match; it ended in a stalemate. Both teams securing their first points of the tournament of the competition, and you have to look at people right above them, Pyramids and the rest. And it's just to get all 3 points and keep on being on the win from there. So right there and go on your backyard, you should be getting the win for me.
Thank you very much for your thoughts there. Okay, interesting thoughts as Rivers United in the next couple of minutes. You could say under around the 22 minutes, they will take center stage against Power Animals in the CAF Champions League. My name is Omto Isaac, and I have, successfully collected the baton from Alexander Kabari as we now move into the football side of things, but on the local scene. And keep it locked. This is Today 95.1. This is Today Sports Live, the marathon edition.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wankweke Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Yes, the aim is for Power Dynamos to, in quote, chop arm in the hands of the Pride of Rivers United. It's time to talk some Nigeria football on Today's Sports Live, and we will be crossing intermittently to join up with the demigod in the world of sports, Osas, who is live at the Goswell Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo, where Rivers United take on Power Dynamos, the fourth of 6 games to be played in the CAF Champions League group stage. Rivers United obviously kicking off their group stage campaign with 2 losses and a draw. It is time to see how they can get 3 points on the board finally. Just before we cross over to Osas, I've got the gentleman ready to fire on all cylinders when it concerns Nigerian football across the local scene. And to do this with me, I'm not alone. I've got 2 gentlemen to dissect everything we want to talk about. I'll start with the gentleman on my far right. He joins us. He's no stranger to what we do around here on Today FM. Priye is in the house with us today. Priye, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. It's great to be back. It's been a while. Been basically talking Nigerian football. It's been a while, but it's great to be here.
Great to have you join us. Priye, Ovia Wallace is also in the house. Ovia, good evening to you.
Good evening to you too. It's always nice to be here talking African football, Nigerian football. Rivers United right there with Power Dynamos in Uyo. Hopefully they can turn it around and get the first 3 points of the campaign, and hopefully other results work in their favor, and from there it moves on. But it starts with the game in front of you, and that's Power Dynamos.
All right, starts with the game we have in front of us. It's Power Dynamos against Rivers United. Rest I told you, we'll be getting the thoughts of Osas, who is live in Uyo for that game between Rivers United and Power Dynamos. But if you follow the Pride of Rivers with your entire heart, you can also weigh in on the conversation. The conversation you can weigh in on. You can weigh in through the phone lines and also the SMS and WhatsApp portal. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal, the number which you can get your thoughts in across, it's 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. And when we do open the phone lines, so the phone lines for you to call is 0810 951 0951 0810 951 0951.
Super Eagles, spread your wings, so show them something new.
All right, before I progress with the gentleman
in the house. Let's quickly cross over to Uyo, where we have Osas on ground in the stadium. It's about 18 minutes before the start of the big game in the CAF Champions League between Rivers United and Power Dynamos of Zambia. Osas is with us. Hello, Osas. Good evening to you.
Chuku, how is Port Harcourt?
Port Harcourt is very, very fine. How is Uyo?
Oh, yo, it's got a clement weather. Everything is very well right here. I'm currently in the main bowl of the Gospel International Stadium, and the pre-match formalities have already been done and dusted. The players did come out to have the last feel of the blades of grass before the hostilities were started. They have retreated back into the dressing room to get ready for business as usual. So that's how it is right here at the Gospel International Stadium.
All right, Osas, I assume the weather is fine, ready to play some top-notch football. Before I introduce the gentlemen who will be starting for the Pride of Rivers, what is the confidence level like with the players, with the coach? Obviously, it's 4 games that will be played once 90 minutes have elapsed in Uyo, but then Rivers United get all the points. Does today look like that day?
I think the confidence level is very high. I saw the coach of Rivers United, talking about Finidi George, come out. He spoke to some of the officials right here, and it was quite obvious that man knows exactly what to expect from this particular encounter. If there is any place Rivers United should be getting all 3 points, it's definitely on this ground against Power Dynamos. So if I can get all 3 points against Power Dynamos, then you could look at what happens next when they go over to Morocco to take on RS Berkane, as well as have Pyramids of Egypt right here in Nigeria. So I think the best way to start the campaign or get the campaign back on track is to get all 3 points, and the best is against Power Dynamos as it stands right now. So a lot already. I could see also the chemistry between the players as well as the body language of the players as they came out to test the turf. It speaks really loud, stating very much that they know that they've got to do the business later on this few minutes when they come up for hostilities to commence.
All right, so just to talk through the lineup for Rivers United, it's a 4-3-3 formation. It's Onisomeya Osagi in goal. There are the 4 defenders: Stephen Mayo, Isaac Ano, there's David Boluwaji, there's also Emmanuel Ochobi starting as the set of defenders for Rivers United. In midfield, there's Osimaga Divine, there's also Wasiu Olameko, and there's Taufik Abayomi. Up front, there's Timothy Oyawale, there's also Chijoke Mirakumboma, and also Ubong Friday, who is the captain of the side. Is this a confident lineup for you? Is there any player who is on the bench? Just tell you about the players who are on the benches. NC Edim, and here came Asuko Okun, there's Abib Taiwo, Shekchi, Obutayo, Wisdom Samuel, there's Samson Abusa, there's Tempu Emekaye, and there's Nobu John, who is the reserve goalkeeper. Is this a satisfactory lineup who can get the job done for Rivers United?
Definitely, it's a satisfactory pick here by the coach. He knows the players. He's seen them do their bits during the trainings. He's also watched them build to this particular encounter. So definitely, the 11 players who will be presenting Rivers United on the top this evening will definitely be the best legs for him. But he's got lots of Arsenal tools on the bench and come in and also contribute their own beats. Remember, Anekeme Asuko Okon has been a very instrumental member of the team, and at any point in time could come in and do his own beat. So I think it's one good lineup that Finidi George has got at this point, and let's see how it all goes through Ubong Friday John. A lot on his shoulders, most especially as the captain of the side, as well as the man who will be leading the front line right there for Rivers United. Basically, if he can get his arts right, gets the goals early, then we could look at Rivers United getting all 3 points from this particular encounter.
Right, so we'll definitely let's discuss first of all some Nigerian football transfer news, not happening exactly in Nigeria, but then outside the shores of the country, because you can say the former Africa Player of the Year, he won the award last year, 2 years back, just before Achraf Hakimi won it last year. Ademola Lookman, after a long tussle spanning across 2 seasons, multiple transfer windows, Ademola Lookman finally will be leaving Bergamo, specifically Atalanta, over there in Italy, and he's moving to Spain to join up with Club Atletico de Madrid. Now, we hear that an agreement is in place on every detail, both the player wage, both the transfer fee, which Atalanta will be receiving. We hear it's around a fixed fee of 35 million euros and a 5 million euros add-ons and a long-term deal to Lookman, who made the decision just a few days back, 2 days ago. Yeah, Atletico Madrid are now planning the travel and medical for the Nigerian international. First off, this is a good move, Ademola Lookman, albeit the fact that it has been a long tussle between him and Atalanta. First off, before we discuss the cons of this transfer, let's discuss the pros. Because now he moves to Atalanta, playing the Champions League, regular contenders for the La Liga. This looks like a good move for a 28-year-old.
I think it's a good move for the player, but my biggest worry is it took him time for him to make this decision, for the club to make the decision. Basically, not him. I think he wanted to leave a long time ago. He made that decision even when they had the previous manager. He wanted to leave the team, but Atalanta find a way to keep him in the team, and I think it affected him psychologically. He tried as much as possible to see if he can bounce back. After that penalty miss, it has been trouble for Lookman. He has not been the Lookman we used to know. Yes, he could get him off and on for the Super Eagles and also for the club, but it's not the player with that fine form we had before that whole penalty saga where he was reckoning the goals week in, week out. So going into this club, I think it's a good one for him. They play similar style, and Atletico Madrid, a more pragmatic team, a team that always like to defend, a team that always like to play from the back, a team that always like to hit you on the counter when you play the big side. So it's a team that can actually function very well, because Ademola Lookman is that player that picks the pocket. He looks for the space in the final third. He looks for areas with hitting area to see if he can create, sometimes get those goals. So for me, I think it's a good one for him, playing with those Spanish mentality where you create a lot. I think Ademola Lookman is a good finisher, so I see him doing well with Atletico Madrid. But my issue is he's just late. He's 28. I think the man is more time football. That guy is a good player. So keep him in that club. I think he delayed him a little bit, but anytime you make the move, that's your morning basically. I think it's morning right now. You just need to make good out of it. Simeone, a good manager that is going to play on that. Let him make good use of 2-3 seasons. I think within these 3 seasons, if Atletico Madrid do good business, I think he can get at least a title. And getting a title with the Spanish will be a good one for him while down his career. I think for me, a great player, he just needs time to flow in new atmosphere, new environment, but similar kind of play, a conservative kind of play. I think he will do well, definitely.
All right, before we discuss the major thing which spans out from this story. It's you can say, yes, it's a very good player, and we always do want to celebrate when our players move to the biggest club. But what emanated from this story wasn't also positive news. But just to take a leaf from Pierre's page, he mentioned about the fact that, the conservative style of your club like Atletico Madrid, when you factor in attacking players moving to Atletico Madrid, you could give an example with João Felix, you can give examples with Yannick Ferreira Carrasco. Is there a lot of shining attacking talents on that? Does this help the move or the trajectory of Ademola Lookman? Yeah, you could say players like Antoine Griezmann, Julian Alvarez have been rather, some successful bits of business for Atletico Madrid. But in the long run, you can see Alexander Solos was scoring a lot of goals. His numbers have quite reduced. Julian Alvarez started the season on fire. It's somewhat dipped. Is it wise to say, should he have considered the style of Atletico Madrid? Or you can just say, where a player develops, he will definitely develop.
He will still get used to the style. You look after the habits coming into the Premier League. Same likewise with Voutima, Dekitiki, players that have come in or moved from or moved across leagues. They need time to adapt. Every league has their own different playing style. You look at the flair that it is in the Spanish La Liga. You look at the intensity that we see in the English Premier League and all. At first, when I first saw this move, I was wondering, is it really going to fit his play style? And I believe it can. Really, you look at someone like Anthony, who worked out in Manchester United. The man went to Real Betis and is flourishing well. He scored in the Europa League game, and he also took them to the conference League finals last season to play against Chelsea. And the man is actually doing very well for himself. That style of football fits him. It just couldn't work in the Premier League, especially coming from or growing up in Brazil and the rest. So you look at Ademola Lookman. He's that kind of, I want to hold the ball and I want to cut in as players, and I want to cut in, how to find those spaces and run into those spaces to get a goal. I want to hold the ball. I want to dribble. And also, I believe even if they can't, even if they don't want to match his play style, I think he's going to find his own play style there. Under Diego Simeone, they're going to see what they can fit with him, what they can give him to do and all. And I believe he's going to grow. Look at the journey the man has had all the way from Everton, Fulham, going to Atalanta.
Pesero, the time of Pesero, they play similar kind of play, pragmatic play. He succeeded on that Pesero. Pesero is a defensive-minded coach, and we saw how he exploded in that Nations Cup where he was the coach of the Super Eagles, and he helped Ademola Lookman. Ademola Lookman is a player that the 1v1 is not that great. He likes to space. He likes to get into the space and take a shot, or get into the space and pass the ball. That's Ademola Lookman for you. So if he plays in this setup, he goes in where they always rely on counter attack, they always rely on taking the ball to the flank, always rely on bringing the ball into the box. Quick transition. I think he will do very well. Look at Pesero. Look at other managers he has played under. I think he flourished when the tactics of the team is basically a counter attacking play, conservative kind of play, I think he will do well. But if you want the team to sit deep and you see Ademola Lookman trying to create, it's difficult for him. It's not that kind of player where you will create a lot of creation in the game. Yes, we get those 1 or 2 assists and all, but he prefers getting those goals. He prefers getting to dangerous areas. And how can he get to dangerous areas when the opponents create those spaces for you? When can they create those spaces for you? When you're actually playing a counter-attack quick transition. So for me, I think he will do very well in Atletico Madrid. The old issue will be adapting to the weather, the lifestyle, the food, the language. A lot of factors will play in here. You know how sometimes English-oriented players, they don't think that easily adapt when it comes to language, when it comes to lifestyle. It's difficult for them. So how it affected a lot of English players that move over to the Spanish La Liga, or sometimes to say it's not that easy for them. So we hope he adapts to it. He tries as much as possible to embrace the culture. Yes, he's 28. They say they need to learn a left hand for oldie, but he needs to try to see if he will learn the language, understand the idea in the Atletico dressing room, understand the way they think, understand the way the fans react to things. I think over time, in the next couple of months, I think he will do very well, especially for next season. I'm looking at this season, I'm looking at the Brown New season. I think he will do very well with other players, similar kind of players that will play with him, give him the assists, give him those spaces. I think he will do very well.
All right, I'll come back to you, also you, Ovie, but just to give some updates happening right now in Nigeria Premier Football League. It's halftime in some of the games. And just before I tell you about those games which have reached the interval, just to tell you about a stunning goal that was recorded at the Cathedral. It's a big game between Rangers International and Kano Pillars going down there. Emmanuel Essien with a stunning goal for Rangers International in that contest. And that game is at the halftime stage. Right now, Enugu Rangers lead Kano Pillars by 1-0. It's also deep into halftime stoppage time, or first half stoppage time. Enyimba International playing out a goalless against Bayelsa United. It's also into first half stoppage time where Niger Tornadoes are losing to Bendel Insurance by 2-0. And deep into first half stoppage time, also Weekly Toys playing a 1-0 against Nasarawa United. And 68 minutes on the clock where Katsina United are beating Abia Warriors by 2-0 in that game. The man Uche Collins has netted a brace in that contest, looking to get a hat-trick in that one. So I will give you the updates as it concerns the Nigeria Premier Football League. But all eyes also in the next 2 minutes where kickoff is imminent at the Gottlieb International Stadium in Uyo. Rivers United will be taking on Hard Animals in the 4th group stage game of the CAF Champions League. I'll stay with you because Ademola Lookman, before this move to Atletico Madrid, wasn't the first time he's been looking for a move away from Atalanta. First off, the relationship turned sour between Lookman and Atalanta. From being the first player to score a hat-trick in the Europa League final to a player who was physically, you can say, manhandled by his coach, Ivan Juric at the time. He was denied moves to Paris Saint-Germain previous summers ago, denied the move to Inter Milan last summer. And from what we do know, from reports from reliable journalists, Atletico Madrid was not really the first choice of Ademola Lookman. Yes, you mentioned about, the transfer taking this long for him to make a decision, because Fenerbahce was the team which actually put down a bumper salary for Ademola Lookman, a considerable pay rise for him, from what he was earning at Atalanta. And yes, we all want to say, we want to see the players playing in the biggest clubs. Lookman was very close to moving to Fenerbahce, who had already met the price tag of Atalanta. But then, Atalanta refused to sanction that move for Lookman to Fenerbahce, and rather held on to go on with discussions with Atletico Madrid, who puts up a lower salary compared to what Fenerbahce put up for Ademola Lookman. Yes, Lookman just had to say, because frankly, from what we've heard, is that he just doesn't want to play for Atalanta anymore. He skipped training and said he wasn't going to play in Atalanta's game this weekend, and now he finally gets the move. But the trouble and the question is, why does things always turn sour for Nigeria players playing in these clubs, which when it's time to get that big move, they do not get that? Victor Osimhen is a clear example with what happened with Napoli. Before he could move to Galatasaray, was because Napoli frustrated all other teams which were coming for Victor, and at the end of the day, he had to move to Galatasaray, who was offering a loan deal, and at the end of the day, had to struggle to also accept a permanent deal with Napoli. Terry Murphy has moved to Porto, by the way, but then the relationship with Odyssey Nice and the fans even turned sour. A lot of players which you can say could have moved, but then that move, when it comes to battling out with transfer, with hierarchy for Nigerian players, just seems to have K-leg every single time. What Nigerian players need to do to avoid situations like this?
You look at it in different sphere. One angle, you cannot play away the old stereotype for African players. There is black players. Yes, we'll try as much as possible to play it down like it's not serious. Well, I think it's there. The way they perceive African players, the way they treat African players in Europe, it's not the same with the way they treat European players, even black European players. I think that's the biggest problem. The way they look at us, the way they address us. And sometimes too, it's about another angle. It's the player looking at contracts, basically. You're looking at a team like Napoli. If you know you're very good, you know possibly you'll play 2-3 years in this team, and you're signing 2 years, don't sign 5 years, 4 years. Don't extend the contract when you know you're having a good season, and you know that you want to leave the team. Sometimes they extend it. That was the issue with Victor Osimhen. He extended this contract, and you're struggling with the contract, trying to buy the contract and all. That's too much drama. But if you don't extend your contract and it's like 1 year to the end of your contract, the club will force to sell you because they have no chance to make money from you. But when you extend your contract, you put yourself in a very difficult position. And that's one angle from the player point of view. But from the teams, I think we cannot take away this idea of trying as much as possible to play down African players, especially Nigerian players, West African players, play down the ability, play it as much as possible to frustrate them. They try as much as possible to frustrate them in Europe. We've seen it play out in different players.
But let's put out an example, for instance, now where maybe, just maybe, do you think these players do not want to spoil relationship with this club where they're at? Because, for instance, now you say, oh yeah, the pick of your powers, don't sign contracts which forces you to be at the liberty of the club. Now, for instance, there is talk of promises being made.
They have to put in the clause. It has to be documented. I'm extending my contract. That means when I want to leave, you let me leave. It should be part of your team. It should be part of your contract.
At the peak of his powers now, for instance, a contract is being put out on the table and you're holding out, and the club senses that says, because in some instances we've seen it happen with football players where the coach is like, the player's mind is not with us right now. Trent Alexander-Arnold, for instance, where just go stay on the bench until your contract with the club is revoked. That sort of takes sting out of the player's imminent from which he has.
That's the point. The point is, you will not come out after like, oh, I don't want to extend my stay in the club, because it's very difficult for you to change grounds, for you to change training sections, for you to change team and all. It's quite difficult. So if you want to leave the club and you want to negotiate with the club, try as much as possible to be smart, to be very smart with it. I think Osimhen tactics, his agents, we have had similar issues on players to Saga because of the way they approach this transfer market. You approach the transfer market with the idea that a bigger club can come for me. That's the most important thing. You have to keep that space, that there's a possibility for me to leave this club and get signed to a bigger club if I play very well. So if there's that space, then beyond gentleman agreement, when you reach time, understand me now, you go say me now, no, let it be in paper. Let's write it down. Let's document it. You will let me go when I want to go. Sometimes players go for a cheap pass. Basically, the club is expected to collect more, but because there is a contract and the player wants to leave, you see the club will not have any choice than to let him go cheap. So for me, I think the biggest problem is Nigerian players. Sometimes they can be emotional with the fans, and sometimes they don't want to be as professional as possible. When you see in NPFL, we have contract, like crazy contracts here. If you are as professional as possible, you don't want to put in emotions. Make sure that your contract is stipulated. You will let me go when I want to go. That's why you see the big boys, they leave when they want to leave. They don't have to sit on the bench for them to see up their contract and get them. So if you want to keep on the bench, maybe you choose salary and they are owed what Sterling is doing. If Sterling wants to leave, he will leave Chelsea when he wants to leave. That's how they arrange this contract to favor the player and also favor the club. But when you put yourself in a position where you are the mercy of the club, that's why you suffer. That's exactly what happened to Ademola. They have used him. It's the point where he's not in the greatest of form. The Atletico Madrid are looking at, let's bring him, let's look at an option. Should be an option on the team if we want to play this way. We need Ademola, and that's why they're bringing him into the team. When he was in his prime, that's when he should have left the club and they did not want to sell him because he was not in the bargaining table. His hands were quite tight. But if you are going to the table and you know that there's a possibility of you leaving the club, don't be emotional about it. Don't be putting in them old fans, boy, you are with us. Leave all those drama. Sign a contract that will favor you. It's not about relationship. Now, what Chelsea had the whole Copa drama. People are saying it's not true. I'm saying there's another route in it. He wanted to move to Manchester United because player power. There's a power. There's a player power in that negotiation table. Even though it is 9 years contract, there are some things stipulated in that contract that possibly may let Copa go when he wants to go, including the and all. They actually protect the players, and I think we should be looking at this contract going forward, especially the young players. When you are signing to a big team or a mid-table team in Europe, try as much as possible to make the contract as flexible as possible, so you can leave when you want to leave.
Okay, now let's talk about the Lukman saga, because we see these things happening over and over. And Pay has pointed it out rightly that this seems like they don't want to flash it in. These clubs will definitely not flash into the faces of the players, but it just seems a little bit of a black thing where it's almost like these Nigerian players, these African players are not rated enough. Your opinion? What those things to check in place? So, Pay has talked about contract situations. What other things are there to check in place? And your own opinion on the drama which has been long endured by Ademola Lookman, and how Nigerian players get frustrated when it comes to finally for them to have their big moves away from these clubs?
For Lookman and Victor Osimhen, as you said, they really endured, especially for Victor Osimhen. We saw what happened in Napoli and the rest, and how the man had to find a way to move. Then again, some also still take a look at his own attitude and the rest. You just have to look at Lookman currently. When I was reading it, I found that, as you said, he wasn't looking at Atletico Madrid as the main option. I wasn't looking at them as those where I wanted to go. And Fenerbahce were you ready to land the man, and especially without some of amount, man just wanted to just leave at that point. We saw what happened last season when they were looking at Tottenham, they were looking at Juventus, and they were looking at Napoli as suitors, and they just didn't want the man to leave. The man didn't come for training for how many days when season started as well. The man refused to play any of the matches, but later had a change of heart and just managed to just pull through and just manage. As Pereira said, he's looking at contractual issues. What is in the contract? Also, and it's not a Nigerian player that I think we saw the same thing with Alexander Isak. We saw the same thing. We've seen the same thing with Felipe Mateta as well. We saw it in the English Premier League during the I think that was the summer transfer window. Players wanting to leave their clubs and not being let go by their various teams, their respective teams. But I think I think what makes the Nigerians in it because of how they've been treated before they decided to I want to leave. And Napoli, especially with what
so now it's all down to player treatment. First of all,
I think it's down to player treatment, because I would stay where I'm not comfortable at, and if I'm not getting the respect, or if I'm not getting treated how I believe I should be treated with respect, and I think I would want to leave. And Atalanta didn't do that. We saw the scrubbles with the coaches, but then you also have to look at the players' attitude, because we won't just fault that
some of it wasn't Lookman's fault.
Really, what aspect?
Well, it wasn't Lookman's fault. So we see Lookman's attitude. We see Lookman's attitude on the pitch as well. So I would really thought that yes.
But in some clubs, there are players who actually get released when it comes to some of these things. Just like Victor Osimhen could lash out in that Cup of Nations and still get the next game for the Spurs of Nigeria. I think man should be sort of treated like a king. He single-handedly delivered Atalanta their only European title till date, scoring a hat-trick in the final. So is it all down to say, Lookman has done? I mean, he should be treated like a king, just like Victor Osimhen, right here at Napoli, led Napoli to a Scudetto title in over 3 decades, and still gets shipped out like someone who never even achieved anything at the club.
See, even if Lookman was leaving now, I think as he's leaving the team, I think he's going to consider a legend in Atalanta, especially what he had done for them. I said in Italy, I said in Atalanta, yeah, just by the club. I don't know about the fans, but
if he's considered a legend, does relationship end like this?
The relationship ending like that. I said it's also for me. I also believe it's also his fault. I believe they tried to sit down and sort this amicably. You know, with Ivan Juric and the rest, the coach left.
Well, we heard there was an agreement, just like I discussed with you. There are promises. It's not contractual, but there are promises he did last season for a fee which Inter Milan reached.
Promises are not promises. As I said, everything needs to be contractual, and that's what affects many of Nigeria Premier Football League players not having contracts. Because if nothing is written in documents, especially the way the world works now, if nothing is documented, nothing is, you can't take it or you can't back up your claims. You can't back up your claims and all. When you go to the bank, they'll tell you to bring a document. They will not tell you they're going to promise you this or promise you that. You also have to look at when people were saying Liverpool, McGee had already promised to done a gentleman agreement with Liverpool to join them. Now he's over there at Manchester City. I think all those ones don't really matter until I see pen to paper and it's really documented. So for the promises and also for the promises and not for Lookman and all, I think that is between him and it's between him and the board. It does not affect it's between him and the owner personally and all. It should be looked at contractually. If nothing is written, then I think the club still has a big say in it. They did the first one with I think this after the first squabble with him and Juric, Juric left the team because in the new coach there was still trouble with him with him and the new coach, and also you have to look at it that Lookman might have just been the problem. You also have to look at the way he also acted, the way he acts on the pitch, and so yes, he would be frustrated. But as I said, as long as it's not documented, I don't think he has any right to start acting out on the pitch. What his promise should not be between you and it does not affect. But even if FIFA and the rest they want to investigate,
it's not documented. The point is, you made mention of the McGoey situation. You saw the United States contract. If he left during the summer, they will lose Crystal Palace. He's going for free. That's how intelligent you have to be when you go to this transfer market. You know, sometimes this club may not be sincere. That's exactly what Crystal Palace manager is saying. You said you keep some of these players for me till the end of the season, but you stress me. You are stressing me. That's exactly what is playing out. So you should know that there's a possibility for you to hit that form. So don't extend your contracts. Don't look at the sweet talks from some of these owners and some of these sporting directors that will come and tell you, don't worry, when you want to leave, we'll let you go. And when the big club comes, we'll let you leave. Those are dramas. I know you will try as much as possible to frustrate you. So make sure you don't extend the contract. If you want to extend your contract, let it be documented that you are leaving when the big club comes. You've seen players sign contracts where if you don't play them to some amount of games, they have the right to leave the club. Yes, performance. Even though you perform poorly, you have to play them. Some players sign this contract. So you need to trust yourself, you need to believe yourself. You need to keep yourself at that level that you know that if you want something, you get it from the club. And I think African players and Nigerian players need to believe themselves, self-belief. So you don't extend your contract just because you're seeing emotional happiness in that club at that particular time. Yeah, they'll be happy with you today, but football is a very funny game. Tomorrow they'll be very, very angry with you. That's how football is. So when they are happy, try as much as possible to make them out, get the money. As a young player, as a footballer, you may not play more than 15, 20 years, 20 years, you're like Cristiano Ronaldo of this world. 15, 13, 14, max at that particular level, you're done with football. So for me, try as much as possible to make the money, try as much as possible to put the score so you can leave the club when you want.
All right, just talking about some of the latest happenings in the Nigeria Premier Football League. We'll come back to discuss more on Ademola Lookman and the saga involving him and Atalanta Bergamo. But I just saw that Enugu Rangers have doubled the advantage against Kano Pillars. It's now 2-0 in that centre at the Cathedral. Enugu Rangers 2 Canvas 0. 86 minutes on the clock. It's Katsina United beating Warriors by 2 goals, nothing. Still goalless at the International Stadium in Aba. Imba International playing out the goalless draw against Bayelsa United. And 49 minutes on the clock as Nasarawa United have equalized against Wiki Tourist. It's now 1-0 in that centre. It's also goalless at Gospel Lababia International Stadium. We've approached the quarter hour mark in that centre. Rivers United are still playing out the goalless against Dynamos of Zambia. So still goalless in that particular centre, and we are still going to be getting the thoughts of Osas, who is right there in Uyo to give us the latest happenings and some of the roundup of all the action which goes down there at the Gospel Lababia International Stadium in Uyo. Osas, you're with us. Yes, Osas. So how's it going? 15 minutes on the clock over there in Uyo. Rivers United. Okay, we'll definitely try to get establish connection back with Osas very, very shortly. But then Rivers United still playing out the goalless against Dynamos.
I'm not happy with what I'm saying. I think the Rivers government needs to do more. I think we need to be fast with the stadium. The stadium is empty. The stadium is empty. We need to improve on our turf. We need to start having continental games in our stadium.
Osas, you're with us, right? Hello, Osas. The network is a bit dicey as we try to establish connection with Osas, but just like Chris said, it's absolutely appointing to see that
there's no home advantage. I think that's the painful thing here. When you play a continental match, you need everything. Look at the North Africans; they come through with everything. They come with the fans, they come with the energy, they come with the pressure. They'll try as much as possible to force you to make mistakes because they have the fans behind them. You know, some of the games to get this result in North Africa, the Adelaide of this world, the Pyramid of this world. They try as much as possible to force you to make mistakes. The fans are shouting, the players have been pushing the tempo. They are trying as much as possible to force transition. They try as much as possible to win the ball in your own half. That's what continental football is. Look at continental game on TV. There's nobody in the stadium because we are playing in Uyo. So how do you expect people from River State to go to Uyo and watch our game? The stadium is empty.
People in River State don't even watch the Nigeria Premier League.
Now the painful thing is, I think the decision by the former administration of Wiki to merge Rivers United, Dolphins and Sharks, I think was a big mistake. And beyond that, you look at the Yakubu Stadium. I think this should have been done a long time ago. Renovation of that stadium, and it's still not completed. The stadium we have in the state, we have three. We have the Sharks Stadium, we have the Adokia Stadium, we have the Yakubu Stadium. They are not in good shape. The three stadiums we have in Rivers State, they're in poor condition. We need to improve our facility so that if it's an issue, we put them here, especially in the middle of the town, Elekaya axis or down axis. You see people come out and watch these games. This is shameful. Not Adokia Stadium. That's somewhere in Ikweluku government area. I'm talking about in the middle of the town where we have fans. We have people that love Sharks, love Dolphins from childhood, from when it was in the old form, from the time of Adokia Makano. That had fans of this club, and you see the reason to merge the club and put their own games in the stadium where people don't go to watch. I think that's the problem. We need to. I think Swagiri is an amazing administrator. He has been there for a long time, from the technical and chairman of NFL. He has seen it all, so he should know better. For me, he's a but he should know better when it comes to these home games. We can't be doing this and we expect a result for getting to the semi-final. When Imba did the back-to-back championship, the fans were with them. That's the point. I am not happy to see this game. There's no tempo here. We cannot change the tempo if we want to change the tempo. The players will play with psychology that okay, we need to push the game. Or with the fans, they'll be forced to play. I'm not seeing it here. This is not. This is something the campaign they want. This is something the Imba are dreaming of. This is something other clubs in Nigeria dreaming of. And now we are there and we are doing this. This is something I think every lover of football in the Rivers should come there.
We are going to elaborate on those thoughts very specifically. Very soon. But let's cross over to Osas, who is live for the game between Rivers United and Power Dynamos. Osas, can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, Osas, it's 20 minutes on the clock right now at the Gospel International Stadium. What's the situation like when it comes to the playing terms according to these two sides, Rivers United and Power Dynamos? And just before I get your thoughts on what player is absolutely condemning in the studio, the fact that, Osas, I'm sure you can use your hand to count the number of people actually in the stadium right now.
There's actually been a kick encounter right from the blast of the whistle. It's been Rivers United, most likely just slightly above 50%, and Power Dynamos also having their fair chances to see if they can get one over Rivers United. It's been Uban Friday doing most of the runnings from the right hand side, and Gino came from through the center, but no clear-cut chance has been created for Rivers United as well as Power Dynamos. And talking about the 12th man, being the fans right here, it's quite appalling to see that the stadium is 98% empty as it stands right now. Just a few Rivers United supporters here to cheer the side, thanks to the fact that they're playing at home away from home, most likely. That would be one of the reasons why we see this low turnout of supporters for Rivers United. And you know what supporters can do? You can see it in past competitions when it has to do with the northern part of Africa. That 12th man gets to motivate the players so much as Power Dynamos were almost getting a goal right there, a pass into the 18-yard box, but the Power Dynamos striker of all player couldn't keep his nerves in check to put that one into the back of the net. But Rivers United would just have the breath or have that belief that one will go in because it would have been disastrous going behind right home against
that was a very big chance for Power Dynamos.
Yes, it was. The striker didn't keep his nerves in check there to get that one in, but it's good enough. So the goalkeeper, talking about Osagi, has to send it again into the midfield. Talking about the gameplay, I think Rivers United, the coach of Rivers United, being the man right there, should be able to, should be able to think that what to do right now to ensure that things change right here. Because it seems his four players are locked up. There's no proper communication between the three men up front. For Gigi Game has been caught out. No proper ball looking for him up front there. The midfield is starts working as it stands. It's just been moving the ball from one end or one flank to the other, trying to see if the likes of Obon Friday from one end of it or Timothy Sakai from the other end would be able to break in. But for now, it's what it is right now. 50-50 is between both ends.
All right, Osas, we're going to be definitely keeping in touch with you across as this game does progress at the Gospel International Stadium in Uyo. Thank you very much for what some incisive thoughts right now. Right, we will definitely be crossing over to Osas very soon as the game does progress at the Adoke Amesimaka at the Gospel International Stadium in Uyo. And just like I almost said, the Adoke Amesimaka Stadium here in River State. I will come back to Priye. Okay, like Priye was exclaiming at the fact that it is visibly empty at the stadium over there in Uyo. But it's also always visibly empty at the stadiums here, or at the stadium here in Port Harcourt where we play at the Adoke Amesimaka International Stadium. Is it worrisome that at this stage, years into Rivers United being a professional football club, some of the basic things, talk about just the facilities for stadiums to be not even Nigeria accredited, but even CAF accredited, and this does, we can say, affect the output of some of these teams in how they play when there is already the factor of moving in and out of different states in Nigeria where there is worry, cause for concern of safety and all that. But also on the other hand, how do we call this situation of using our proper facilities to good use to advantage? Because if you go to Algeria or Morocco and there is an important game like this stadium will not be 98% empty, rather it will be the opposite.
First of all, for the fans, I think it's exposure. You have to look at that. And as you said, even right here in Rivers, not many fans really know about Rivers United, the players and all. It's all the first need is exposure. You want to look at that. And then for the facilities, and as you said, many of them are not even, many stadiums we have in Nigeria, not even NPFL approved, because of CAF approved. And as Priya said, it's improvement. It's how we can improve the facilities, at least to a standard, at least to CAF standards, to be able to take matches. Because right now, there, as you said, just 90, I don't think it's even 90%. Because if you look at the people right there at the stand, you can hardly see them. So it's to have for Rivers here, the stadiums here, the Adoki Amasimaka Stadium, the Shaq Stadium, and the rest. It's to improve them. It's to bring them up to quality, bring the fans, and important matches like this, they come here to our home, and then the exposure, because there's what improving the stadium and there's what having the fans to actually come to actually watch a match. When I first saw it, I was like, is it that we have any fans? Because for something like this, you just have to look at the logistics and the rest, and no fan will want to start moving all the way to your job because they want to support Rivers United. Even people you don't want to come and support Rivers United. It's not in Nigerian, it's Super Eagles game or so. First improve your facilities, then find the way for explain. I think right now NPFL teams have been doing that very well. If you check their accounts and the rest, I think they've tried to find a way to bring their players out or push their players out. Especially if you look at Shooting Stars, I think Shooting Stars are one of the best when it comes to connecting their fans with their players, and they've found a way to do that extremely well.
When they have a post stadium. Yes, the stadium has been ruled out by the LFT from hosting matches.
Yes, but they have the fans. You look at Kano Pillars, Grand Stars. When you see their matches, they have the fans. But that is something that generally Nigeria football has to improve when it comes to stadiums.
That's a good pass play in town. Yeah. You see the crowd. Yeah. You see fans. That's exactly what you see when Jacks play in town. You see the fans, you see them come out in their thousands. Like from uptown, when we're talking about town from GRA down to local classes, they love football, they want to watch the game. But when you take the game to somewhere in deep into a local government area, I'm talking about Magua, yes, what is not that city, we're looking at it at Port Harcourt, yes. Maybe we think about creating anything for the Magua people. Magua FC, local government FC, Ikore FC, for that stadium. But when we talk about Port Harcourt club, a club for Port Harcourt City, I think it should be in the middle of the town. And they are working on their football stadium. The commissioner said some couple of days ago, I think it's about 40% on completion. We need to get that stadium working. This Yakubu was this setting for people to move around on the IC games. That stadium needs to be completed as soon as possible. That's one angle. Then the angle of participation, player and fans wanting to love the club. It happened naturally. Once you get the results in Nigeria, typical Nigerian fan want to come out and watch. In exposure, if it's on TV, regularly on TV, definitely they want to see. They see them on TV, and these guys are playing in my backyard. My car, I go physically to watch the game. They will go and watch. So when you expose this game on TV, you're on internet, you're active on live, you're exposing the players, you're making the whole idea, the media team of this football club, push it out there. Then definitely people come out and see the games. But I think you're not doing enough.
Is there even a billboard in River State that shows Rivers United being designed?
That's the problem. I think for me, we are still handling football club business.
Like it's a petty, small
civil service job. It's a civil service job in Nigeria. It's not like going to secretariat. And we should be operating football like this. What is a multi-billion dollar investment? If you invest very well in football, I think IGR Rivers State, if we invest very well, we get a lot of money from the activities of Rivers United, the activities of Rivers Supers, and other state-owned teams. But if you don't invest, you won't get anything. So for me, I'm even of the opinion you privatize the entire football in Nigeria. But I don't know if governors will like this idea. We'll privatize the football. Let's private owners own this club. We have the big boys in Nigeria. Buy your state club. We have big boys in Rivers that can buy these football clubs. In a small club, Rivers United. We have Rivers that can buy the club. We have Rivers that can buy United. We have people across Nigeria that can buy the football clubs. Let private individuals own this club. Let it be privately organized. The LFC should be organized by the private sector. Then you see money coming into football, that's the entertainment industry and another industry. But when you try to form a cabal, you want to control, you want the whole system to be more like you win the MPFL, it becomes a state government project where there is need for the next campaign. Oh, we won MPFL, we participated in CAP. When you see this as a project for governors, as a pet project for governors, we will not get anything from our football. I think we need to privatize the game because the game is time. What is this? We are playing football, big game like this. A kind of game like this in Egypt, oh my goodness, it's more like you're shutting down the city. Cairo is going down, like everyone is coming out. You see energy. Players in Europe, they are praying that when they get to their early 30s, they want to run back to North Africa. North African players in diaspora. They want to come back to their country and play. I think they're actually playing in Europe right now. They want to rush home because they know it's the same thing for crying out loud when it comes to organization, when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to payment structure. It's the same thing. They don't go So they want to go home and play in front of their fans. That's exactly what we want in our league. So if you know you cannot do it as a governor, this is not when you keep the road and abandon it for 6 months. Privatize it. Give it to the private sector. I think it should be a collective decision from LMC, from all the club owners, the government owners, the state governors. Let's hand over this thing to private individual and let our football group and let us be making money. IGR, and they will make money from it.
Yes, there's big money to be made. Okay, let me story right from my mouth because we're going to talk about the dilapidated state of stadiums being used for Nigerian league games because the league body has come out to put out there that some stadiums are not fit to host games which are going to be on television. And if I go back to pray with you, with the Rivers United team, there could go on stadiums under renovation right now. But then you have some extracurricular activities which goes down on some of these stadiums. Part of what has sort of contributed to the Lake Salami Stadium. There was a big outcry. I think that was in December where the National Stadium in Abuja was going to be used for something. And people were like, why is the grass not covered? The grass wasn't covered at all. Maintenance problems. Now, I could recall a Nigerian politician saying the other day that they wanted to use the Yakubu Stadium and it wasn't approved and it's not approved and it was by force. Just like we said, if you know you are not ready to run the business of football as it should be, because football is now a business, why don't you just privatize it?
Well, the state wants to privatize. I think, as a player said, it's about getting all those private owners and doing that. But look at with the state releases, you only mentioned about what it uses for extracurricular activities and the maintenance and all. If they're seen, or if it's not a business and you're maintaining it well, I think using it for other activities will not be any problem. You can use that to put in extra funds, you can use it to put in extra money. But it's not properly maintained, and you look at the state-owned, especially state-owned clubs. But I don't think places like Cremo Stars and in Kenya, I don't think they will do something like that. If at least private owners should own a large percentage of the clubs, even if the state don't want to fully remove their almost equal from Rivers United. Mboma almost getting a good there. Rivers United, the state-owned clubs. Even if the states don't want to remove their clause from the football, they can at least let the private-owned teams get a bigger share of the clubs and or for something is going to come into them, because the private teams know how to run them. Look at Remo Stars, Beyond Limits, and the rest, and they are making money from importing and exporting.
Actually, Remo Stars Stadium in Kenya has also been flagged not to host games.
Games,
yeah.
Half games.
Nigerian football league.
WFL games.
Yeah,
I'm actually surprised.
That they mostly bad.
I'm actually surprised. But I do believe they will be able to.
Actually, there is a Nigerian football group where we are. The Kuleshoname, the Supremo of Remo Stars, came out to complain that the same Ibadan Stadium, which was flagged not to host games, is where Remo Stars have been pushed. Now they thought that Remo Stars should just host their own game there. After they play their next game, then a solution will then be found. Then the maintenance culture of some of these things, I have not seen videos of the Remo Stars current situation of their stadium in Kenya looks like. But then it's some internal thing where they are being told to go play elsewhere. But then that stadium is also not in good condition.
Well, for the, I really understand the NPFL at this point in time. As you said, I'm really surprised that the Remo Stars stadium in Kenya moving them over to Ibadan if the stadium in Ibadan still falls under that same predicament at this point. So I think it's just better they play at Kenya. I believe Kunle Tsunami, as you said, and the rest will still able to work things out with Remo Stars and well, they Remo play their cup games right there. They play their cup games in Kenya. So I don't see the problem with the NPFL. It was just recently that they got knocked out of the CAF Champions League. So I don't know if they have something against the private teams or there's something going on behind the stage. Because Remo Stars Stadium has been at least approved by CAF for them to be able to host CAF Champions League games.
Alright, I will read an example of the memo which was sent across to clubs. This was on the 30th of January. For instance, sent to Niger Tornadoes, the Baku Kantagora Stadium. That's where it is. And the memo which was signed by the Chief Operating Officer, David Sinowumi of the MPFL, it's read, and I quote, "We bring you compliments, the board of the management staff of the Niger Premier Football League. We wish to inform you that subsequent to broadcast and television rights entered into by the Niger Premier Football League recently, it has become necessary to inform you that the Baku Kantagora Stadium is no longer suitable to host MPFL matches. Based on the above, you're required to choose an alternative venue between the Rashid Yekini main bowl in Ilorin and the Jos Zaria Road Stadium to host your home fixtures. Your reply should reach the MPFL Secretariat on or before the close of business on Monday, 2nd of February 2026, or the MPFL will be forced to allocate a venue for you. This is for your information and immediate compliance. Accept the assurances of our best sporting regards." This was sent to so many other teams in the Nigeria Premier Football League. I gave an instance to Remo. I gave an instance also to the stadium, the Lekon Asalami Stadium. El Kanemi also have also been told that their own stadium too is not fit for all these things. But I love the idea that also all these extracurricular activities should not be hosted by some of these MPFL stadiums.
I think football in Nigeria, the way they handle football in Nigeria is totally not professional. These are places they use for rally, political rally.
Also, yeah, some stadiums, for instance, can we also pin on maintenance because the Tottenham Sports Stadium does host international concerts.
I get the point, but the point is, this is a state they take off the grass. Before when you visit the position of the concert, you take off the grass. So you don't have grass there. So you can do anything you want to do. Immediately you're done, they come back again and maintain some of the facility and you see the grass back. But you cannot take off the grass in Nigeria the way the stuff is being prepared and made. So for me, I think if you know
Ryan Cherky on the right hand side, Cherky a step over into the 18-yard area and just found a brilliant finish down low at the bottom right of Guglielmo Vicario's goal for Tottenham Hotspur. You could say it took a deflection off Radu Dragoshin, but then it doesn't change the scoreline. City are in the lead at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's 1-0 to nothing in that center, and just like Manchester City have taken the lead in their own game, Niger Tornadoes have put a goal back in their game against Bendel Insurance. It's now 2-1 in that game. Bendel Insurance lead by 2-1. It's 70 minutes on the clock. It's full time. Katsina United have beaten Abia Warriors by 2-0. Also at the Cathedral, Enugu Rangers lead Canopilas by 2-0, and at the International Stadium in Aba, Enyimba International still playing out a goalless draw against Bayelsa United. And Wiki Tourists are currently playing out a 1-1 draw against Nasarawa United. In the CAF Champions League, Pyramids are leading RS Berkane by 1-0. It's 42 minutes on the clock. And the fellow group members in that Group A contest, Rivers United, are still playing out a goalless draw against Power Dynamos. In Group C of the CAF Champions League by 8 p.m, it's MC Oja against St. Eloi Lupopo. And it's full time already, by the way. That game finished Simba 2. And also Esperance of Tunisia also finished that game without netting a single goal. It was goalless in that game. I'm going to give you results of some other games across Europe and also the scorelines as they are while we try to connect to Osas, who is live right there in Uyo, to give us the latest happenings and in-play updates as it concerns Rivers United and Power Dynamos. But then they say communication is never complete without feedback. Do well to get your thoughts across to us on some of the topics we have actually discussed on the show. We discussed Ademola Lookman, his transfer or pending transfer to Club Atletico de Madrid, which will be finalized in the next couple of days. But the main talking point was the brouhaha between Ademola Lookman and Atalanta. That whole drama of not letting him leave 2 summers ago, not letting him leave last summer, and finally rejecting a Fenerbahce side who put more money in terms of wages for Ademola Lookman on the table for him to go to Atletico Madrid, who the salary offer wasn't up to the level of Fenerbahce. Why do these clubs tend to frustrate these players of Nigeria and also maybe African players at large? What's your opinion? What's your take on that? And also, we discussed about the Rivers United team currently taking on Power Dynamos. We want to see the stadiums in Nigeria develop to host some of these games, because that center in Uyo right now hosting this game between Rivers United and Power Dynamos, it's not full to the brim.
They punish you in football when you don't have fans in the stadium. That's a punishment. That's a punishment. Like CAF, FIFA, they punish team and they will tell you you will not have anybody in your stadium. That's your punishment for doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Now we are turning it into a normal thing, normalcy. When we go into the stadium with nobody in the stadium, that means we are punishing ourselves. That's the picture we are painting here. Because normally you are being punished when you're telling you to play without your fans' involvement. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Osas is live with us once again. Osas, it's almost halftime. Let me get confirmation from you, Osas, first off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Osas, it's from what I can see here, it's already 45 minutes on the clock. We wait to see what the official will add, or do you have confirmation of what the official has added?
1 minute.
1 minute has been.
He has added 1 minute.
Osas, so we can just pragmatically say it's halftime in that center, barring if a goal does enter with seconds left to play. It's not halftime yet, but then we await the halftime whistle from the referee. What have you seen in this first half? What's it looking like? Is it looking bleak? Is there hope at the end of the tunnel, or do we start bringing out our Bibles to start praying right now?
Definitely, you're probably right now, as it's going to be a few seconds before the referee would be blasting his whistle for the halftime mark at this particular encounter right here at the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium. But something I must tell you, it has been a very cagey affair. It's halftime right now. As both teams have stopped the gameplay and get into the center of the pitch to do the usual rituals before they head into the dugouts. But sometimes I must tell you, it's exactly as it has been right from the beginning of this particular encounter. KG, it is both sides trying to carve out chances, and it has not been coming. For Rivers United, towards the end of the first half, 2 chances did come through that could have been goals. The closest of them all was the 38-minute strike from the man Wasiu. Yes, the midfielder there for Rivers United. He got an exchange of passes between himself and Ubon Friday, and he had that driver from the right-hand side of the 18-yard box of Power Dynamos, and the goalkeeper was able to parry that one out for a corner kick. And we had a clear chance also for the man Chijoke Mboma, and he wasn't able to capitalize on that clear-cut chance that was given to him to put Rivers United ahead. Didn't connect with the ball, and that was how it went begging, and it couldn't get into the back of the net. But it looks like the Rivers United side are getting themselves seconds by seconds, minute by minute into this particular encounter. Let's see what would happen in the second half of this encounter. It depends on what the coach Finidi George, as well as his assistant Yemi Olariwaju, will be saying to the players in the dressing room. Coming out into the second half, they need to come out with more figure. Most likely, if they do that, they will be able to get 1 goal. 1 goal is okay to settle this particular encounter. 3 points, 1 goal, whether you score 1 or you score 2 or 3, the 3 points is always guaranteed once you 1 goal ahead. So I think that's exactly what Rivers United should be doing in the second half. Let the boys understand that the urgency is needed at this point. Let them understand that they need to give their all right now. As I said earlier on, it was a time where there was no communication between the guys up front. Talking about the left winger, there Timothy Zachariah, his center forward in Chijioke Mbama, and the right winger being Ubong Friday. That communication wasn't there, but towards the 30 minutes mark, from there onwards, we started seeing some quick exchange of passes between these three, and it has brought some brightness into the game for Rivers United. Hopefully, we'll see what they can do in the second half. If possibly they'll be able to combine in the right way and get a goal for Rivers United.
All right, Osas, just before I let you go, is there any changes or alterations in playing personnel which you would love to see in the second half?
No changes yet in the first half, but in the second half, definitely we want to see the input of some players that could bring life into this particular encounter. The likes of Anyekeme Asuko Okon is one man, as I said before, who has been very, very instrumental for Rivers United. So I'm looking at having Anyekeme into this particular one. Let's see what he can bring with his brilliance up front there. For Finidi George, he definitely knows what he has on the bench. The likes of Sheyi Oguntayo also could come in and do something in this particular encounter. But the most important thing is keep it really tight behind, because we've seen cases where Power Dynamos could hurt Rivers United if they fall apart. So they need to really keep it tight behind and ensure that they do not let their guards down, because if they do that, we've seen one or two chances by Power Dynamos, and with that, there is every possibility that if you let your guards down, they would hurt you and hurt you real bad.
All right, thank you very much, Osas, for your thoughts. We will wait to see what transpires in the second half at the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo. All right, thank you so much, Osas. At this point in the show, let's hear from you now. The phone lines are open. 0810 951 0951 0810 951 0951. That's the number to call. And also on the SMS and WhatsApp portal, that is also open for you to get your thoughts across. It is 0701 933 9962. Let me hear from this caller. Hello, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, Kabulu Bari, I call back.
Oh, Kabulu Bari, welcome.
Yeah, about the Nigeria football that is on the menu. See, our football no go feel good because of politics too much for our football. As Rivers State big like this, we get 3 stadiums, no one they work. You get one time when I go stadium, when I go Yakubu one stadium, then get political rally for that stadium. Could you imagine that the pitch, the main bowl, those few are empty, then set the big things on top of the field, and the didn't even cover. So how you expect say the stadium will one day open? Because we know they look our thing where we get. Until we say the politicians and don't lead our football for Nigeria. Then they say we'll get football. And then they always ask, say, this our Nigeria Premier League, is it compulsory that every state must produce our team? Why can't you know we all do it as a, like, if you're a private team, you can, even though it's 4, 5, 6, 10, then we can do it. Can it not work that every state will produce a team, and when you produce the team for the whole state, nothing will come out. Better stadium we no get. Look at Rivers United is playing, but today they are playing outside the state. The Akwa Ibom has more than past Rivers State. Why can't Rivers State not really have one stadium that they can host international competition? I just love them because they don't know what they are doing. And even the match that they are playing today, I believe that Power Dynamo can win Rivers United at that place, because what we are doing is not football. We are just playing. So anyhow you do, I just sit down here and be watching them. But since European football is on and they do their thing well, I would love you to watch that one. Since Nigeria doesn't, or Africa doesn't want us to enjoy football, that one is left for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Kabulu Bari. Your thoughts appreciated. Just like Kabulu Bari, when we get in on the conversation, the phone lines are open. 0810 951 0951. That's the number to call. Just tell you the occurrences as it does happen in the Nigeria Premier Football League right now. it is still 2-0 in favor of Rangers International, who are defeating Canopilas right now at the Cathedral. Enyimba International have finally netted the opener in that contest. They now lead Bielsa United by 1-0. Niger Tornadoes are still losing at home to Bendel Insurance by 2-1, and it's still 1-1 between Wiki Tourist and Nasara United. By the way, number to call again, 0810-951-0951 on the WhatsApp and SMS portals. I'll be taking the messages very shortly. It's 0701 933-9962. Just to breeze into the European scene to tell you all that is happening right now in the world of football. Still 24 minutes on the clock at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham Hotspur are losing to Manchester City by 1-0. City getting their goal courtesy of Ryan Cherokee. Let me hear from this caller right now. Hello, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Chris calling from Port Harcourt. I hope you don't mind me to shout up, Man U.
We don't mind that.
Up United. But come on, to be very honest and candid, what's happening to United these very few days?
Is it a new manager bounce?
Manager, right? Amorim.
No, Michael Carrick.
Yeah, no. Amorim before, previously now.
Yeah, Amorim was the coach previously.
That means if Carrick has taken over since, would have been strong contender for this league. Oh, great United. I can't wait to see what unfolds.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Chris. Also, just to tell you, Chris is actually happy because United defeated Fulham by the odd goal in 5, 3-2. Finished in that fixture. Fulham actually equalized that game 2-2 in the 91st minute because United took a 2-goal lead through goals from the Brazilian duo Casemiro and Matheus Cunha, but then they were equalized by a penalty from Raul Jimenez in the 85th minute, and Kevin then also leveled matters at Old Trafford. But then up stepped the big money signing in the summer, Benjamin Šeško, to give Man United the third goal and all 3 points in that contest. It also finished at Villa Park. Aston Villa fell short in the title race as they lost to 10-man Brentford by 1-0. And at the City Ground, Nottingham Forest played out a 1-0 draw against Crystal Palace. In the Spanish La Liga, Real Madrid defeated Rayo Vallecano by 2-1. It's currently happening at the Benito Villamarin. Real Betis Balompié playing out a 1-0 draw against Valencia. 76 minutes on the clock. The games to expect in the La Liga by 6:30. First of all, it's Getafe against Celta Vigo, and by 9 p.m. at the new San Mamés, Club Athletic Bilbao against Real Sociedad. In the Italian Serie A, Torino defeated Lecce by 1-0. Como also played out a goalless draw against Atalanta Bergamasca. By 6 p.m. it's Cremonese welcoming league leading Inter Milan, and by 8:45 it's Parma welcoming La Vecchia Signora, the old lady Juventus. In the German Bundesliga, it has finished. VfB Stuttgart defeated Freiburg by 1-0, and Borussia Dortmund are currently playing out a goalless draw. 26 minutes on the clock against Heidenheim. In the French Ligue 1, Olympique Lyon defeated Lille by 1-0. It's 41 minutes on the clock. Angers defeating Metz by 1-0. Nice. Interesting game there happening. They are currently losing to Brest by 2-0, and Toulouse also playing out a goalless draw against Auxerre. By 8:45 is Paris Saint-Germain against Strasbourg. Halftime, by the way, Rivers United are still playing out a goalless draw against Power Dynamos. This is where we will definitely hang our boots on the show today. It was a pleasure having you, Priya, and also Ovie Wallace. Any parting shots from the guys today, Priya? I'll start with you.
I think I just pray the state government possibly are listening, authorities in River State. I think we need to do better. We need to stop this. We really need to stop this. We need our team back to be playing continental football in our beautiful city of Port Harcourt.
Ovie, in 30 seconds, parting shots.
Rivers United should win.
Okay, and that is where we knock things off on the show today. My name is Somto Isaac. Again, did the show with also Priya and Ovie. Sports Attack makes a return by 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. After that, Today Sports Live returns in the afternoon by 3 p.m. Before that, from all of us here in the sports team of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1, we are saying do have yourselves a lovely Sunday evening ahead.